Hello, 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 my friends. Welcome back to the Academic Excellence Conference 2.0. I am very excited to have you all here again. So, before we move on, I want to ask that we all turn on our video so you can see Mrs. Obona. So I want us to all turn on our videos. If you need help, just tell mommy to turn on your videos. That's rule number one. Secondly, I can see Shalomit. Shalomit is still trying to settle down. Welcome, Shalomit. I can see King Awesome. Thank you for turning on your video. I can see Ellen. I assume those are your names because I asked mommy and your daddies to please help you change the title on your videos, okay? So I hope the names I can see are your names because I'll just address you as that. Okay, I can see Ade. I think Ade is that Ade or Ade's mommy that is helping them. Sharon, please turn on your video. Someone's name is iPhone, and I know your name is not iPhone. So please ask mommy to help you. Say, mommy, please help me turn on my video. Mommy, please help me turn on my video. I can see five. Five video is still turned off. I'd like to see your beautiful and your handsome faces. Welcome back again. I can see your goals. Please turn on your video. Mrs. Obona would like to see you. I want to be sure you're not sleeping or you're not playing, right? So I want to make sure that everybody is here live and direct. So everyone's audio is turned off to ensure that the space is orderly. Hello, hello. Okay, something is making noise at my background. My friend. Okay, my microphone isn't working, so I'll have to chat. That's okay, but if that's something awesome. But if you could ask mommy to help you, that would be amazing. You could ask them to help you sort that. That would be amazing. So I'm still waiting for us to turn. Oh, I can see success. Hi, success. I can see you. Welcome to the Academic Excellence Conference. So I'm just going to keep calling our names and saying hi to us. Then if you want to speak, there is a raise hand feature on your screen. So you could just raise up your hands, then Mr. Wona will unmute you and let you speak. You're all unmuted so that the room can be very orderly. Okay, welcome, welcome, welcome. Someone is drawing on my screen. Please do not draw on Mrs. Obona's screen. Someone is annotating on my screen. Please, could you clean that? Who is that? Okay, so please could you help me clean that? Thank you. Okay, please do not draw on my screen, okay? Please do not draw on my screen. So we're waiting for more of our friends. So while you're there, David is drawing. Hi, David. Please do not draw on my screen, okay? Thank you. So welcome on board, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hi, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, were you here last year? Please let me see you leave a comment. Thank you, Precious, for the emojis. I can see Mrs. Precious. Thank you for joining us, Mrs. Precious. I can see Owolabi. Hi, Owolabi. I can see David. I remember David from last year. Hi, David. You could use the chat, okay? I will be unmuting us to say our hellos very soon. I'm still waiting for Sharon. I'm still waiting for Fight. And I'm still waiting for the Ogos to please. I'm still waiting for goodness. So please kindly turn on their videos. Okay, so I'm going to play the intro again. I can see Precious. Precious, that's a very cute emoji you have there. I assume your name is Precious. If I call your parents' name, so that means that they didn't change their videos, okay? So you just help them change their videos. Okay, so I'll play the intro again, then we get this ball rolling. We get the ball started. So you might want to have your daughters. I have my daughter. I won't be speaking today, but I have my daughter. I have my pens, so that you can write while they speak. Hi, Owolabi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we have 22 people on board. I guess I have more people to let into the room. Okay. So I'm letting more of our friends into the room. As soon as we get to 30 and our speaker is here, we will get started with this very, very, very phenomenal session. So I'm going to play the intro for the last time, then we get the ball rolling. So while we do that, ensure you've turned on your video. Okay, so I guess our video is done. Welcome again, everyone, to the Academic Excellence Conference 2025. I am excited to welcome you here today. I cannot wait for the experience you'll be having this 2 days. So, I have a question for you. If you were here last year, can you please raise up your hand? So I want to see you in the video raising up your hands. So when I see you raise up your hands, I'm going to unmute you because I have a question for you before we start our first session for today. So welcome everybody, to our friends who joined later than when I said welcome. Welcome again. Mrs. Obona is excited to have you all here today. I can see everybody. Some of our videos are still turned off. I would really love if our mummies could help us turn them on. So if you were here yesterday, can you please raise your hands? Last year, rather, I said yesterday. If you were here last year, can I please see you raise up your hands? I'm trying to see my friends who were with us last year, because I have a question for you. Okay, Obolabi and Emmanuel, fantastic. So I'm going to quickly unmute you all. Okay, so I'm going to quickly unmute you. So you tell us one thing you remember from your experience last year. So Obolabi, are you ready? Emmanuel, are you ready? You're ready. Okay, let's go. What's one thing you remember from last year's session? Just one thing. Okay, so you're unmuted now. Owolabi, over to you. So,
Ma, good afternoon, ma.
good afternoon.
Ma, I learned that the brain is elastic and is the most important part of the body, and the brain is guided by neurons.
Okay.
And the career choice that we should always be be wise to choose your career choice. That's what I learned, ma.
Oh, you get a clap. Well done, well done, well done. So I'll be muting now, y'all. But please give me feedback. Is there noise on my background? Can you hear me loud and clear? Or is there a noise
Yes,
on my
ma.
background? Can you hear me
No
very
noise.
well?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that feedback. Thank you, Owolabi. Friends, can we clap for Owolabi? Thank you. That's beautiful. After 1 year, amazing.
Ah, no.
So what I learned last year is that the brain has neurons. The brain has a cell. It's called neurons. It helps us to think and understand and choose our career paths, make decisions in life, and many.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on? So can you please first say hi to everybody? Say hi to everybody and greet everyone, okay? Before you say something. That's basic etiquette. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel. So I was here in the academic excellence last year.
Okay?
So what I actually gained or learned from last year academic session was that the brain is an important part of the body. It helps us think and understand. There are neurons inside the brain that helps us to make decisions in life and have choices.
Okay? I love it. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. First, can we give Emmanuel a round of applause? Thank you, Emmanuel.
Hi, my name is David Emmanuel, and I don't really remember anything from last time. Annoyingly. Also, I can't hear you.
Muted. Sorry, I was muted. So please, can you speak louder?
Okay. My name is David Emmanuel, and I kind of forgot when I was last year.
Okay, you forgot what you learned last year. That's totally fine. We're here to remind you. Okay, but David, do you know the theme for this year's conference?
Hmm?
Do you remember the theme? Or did mommy tell you the theme? That's the next question. Okay, so I'm going to mute David. David, I want you to think of the theme. Go ask mommy. Mommy, please tell me the theme. Okay? Hey, mommy, please tell me the theme. So can any of my friends? Okay, so David, I'm going to mute you now. Where is David's profile? Okay, David is muted. Okay, so everyone have one more question. Can you tell me the theme for this year's conference? If you could tell me the theme, please raise up your hands. If you can tell me the theme for this year's conference, please raise up your hands. Oluwatomi, are you raising up your hands? Okay, so let's see. You can now unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can and with you, hi Oluwatobi. Is that your name? I can see so many. Hi, mommy. Good afternoon, ma. So do they want to say something? Do they want to say something to the Oluwatobi Adelola? Do they want to say something? Okay, so unmute from your end. Feel free to unmute from your end. I think you can now unmute yourself. Let me see. Okay, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Okay, so while they're figuring that out, can anybody else tell us the theme for this year's conference? Can anybody else? Please feel free to raise up your hands. Okay, so let me see if it's from my end. Okay, hold on, let me unmute it from my end. If you can't do that from your end, then you know that it is from my end. 1 second, please. Okay, so ask to unmute. You can now unmute yourself. Okay, so what's the theme for this year's conference? Mommy, are you able to unmute now? Okay, so while they figure that out, because I've asked you to unmute. So while they figure that out, okay, hi, who's speaking?
We're cousins. We're cousins, so
Oh, that's
like
good.
what is it?
Welcome on board. Do you know the theme for this year's conference? Do you know the theme for this year's conference? So can you ask mommy? Mommy will tell you the theme. Ask mommy, the adults that let you in. So ask them. Tell them to give you a cue on this year's theme, okay? Someone has to tell us this year's theme. Someone has to mute yourself. Thank you. So can somebody else give us the theme for this year's conference? Can somebody else? Precious raise their hand. Okay, so I'm going to unmute Precious. I will unmute Precious. Precious, are you ready to speak now? Is Precious ready to speak now? Because I will unmute you. Precious, are you ready to speak? So look at the deal, right? Go to mommy. I'm going to give you a cue. I'll turn off my video. Then something's going to flash. When I turn off my video and something flashes, you're going to see the theme for this year's conference. So as soon as I turn it back on, the first person to raise up their hand will tell us the theme for this year's conference. Is that okay? Okay, so who can tell us the theme for this year's conference? You can type it in the comments. You can type it in the comments. You can type the theme in the comment section. You can type the theme in the comment section, okay? You can type the theme in the comments. So, Omoya, equipped. Thank you, Precious. Equipped, 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 equipped. And somebody else. So I want Omoya to tell us. Okay, I can see King Praise. King Praise, unmute yourself from your end.
Yes, ma'am.
Equipped. Yes, what's the theme for this year's conference? Okay, I'm going to mute David. Omoya, are you ready? What's the theme for this year's conference? So mute yourself, Omoya. Subset says agreed. Okay, Omoya is still waiting. Owolabi, you raised your hands up. So I'm going to unmute again. What's the theme for this year's conference? Emmanuel said agreed. That is amazing. Thank you, my friends. So I took the question. Blossom says agreed. Thank you. So I'm going to ask the next question. If the theme of the conference is agreed, what do you think is the meaning of agreed? That is the next question. What do you think is the meaning of agreed? What do you think is the meaning of agreed? Success, you want to say something? Give me a thumbs up if you want to say something. Okay, Success wants to say something. I can see you nodding your head. Success wants to tell us, oh, goodness says, when you have something, that's a good attempt. Okay, so Success, over to you. Okay, Success. Yes, we can hear you, Success.
To be prepared.
To be equipped means to be prepared. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Success. Okay, who else? Someone is giving, oh, okay, Owola, before you've said something. So I want someone who hasn't said something. Someone else who hasn't said something. So who would that be? So I see someone saying to be impact. I'm trying to understand what you mean by impact. So who else wants to say something? Remember that in the Academic Excellence Conference, we all participate. We all participate. Faith says to be geared up for something. I love it. I love it. Can someone else say something? We have wisdom. Wisdom, can you say something? We have the Ogowo. Someone said they missed me. Do you mean me, Mrs. Obona? You mean me? Thank you so much. Someone says to have the needed tools. That is a very brilliant attempt. To have the needed tools. I love it. Well done, my friends. Well, and to everyone joining us, please kindly turn on your video, okay? Please kindly turn on your video. Kindly turn on your video. So we have a Ebube and a Share. Please feel free to raise up your hands if you want to say something, if you want to contribute. So the question we are asking is, what do you think is the meaning of equipped? So I can see Kola Wale. My darling, do you want to say something? Rhoda, do you want to say something? Beautiful. So Rhoda, you'll be unmuted right about now. So Rhoda, what is the meaning of equipped? Over to you, Rhoda.
Okay, in my own words, being equipped means to be prepared and to be trained for a particular.
And to be what?
Trained.
I didn't hear you.
Trained for a particular.
To be prepared and to be trained. Beautiful attempt, Success. Thank you so much. Success, I'm sorry, Rhoda. Thank you. So I can see Success. Who else is ready to say something? Who else is ready to say something? Wisdom, would you want to say something? Another seat. Wisdom, would you want to say something? Suta David, would you want to say something? Ade, would you want to say something? You could check your dictionary, okay? You could quickly run over, get your phones, get your tabs, get your dictionaries. You could check your dictionary for the meaning of equipped. Okay, sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much, Wisdom. Okay, Omoya, please feel free to unmute yourself. I can see Owola, I can see King Praise. If you
Good
press
afternoon,
something-
Coach.
Okay. Hi, Omoya. Good to see
Good to see you too, ma.
you. So what
Please,
good to
I
see
have
you too. Hi,
something
mommy.
equipped. Equipped.
You have the floor, my darling. You have the floor.
Equipped means being ready for something.
Beautiful. Lovely. Good job, Omoya. Thank you. So, Moya, I will mute you now. People to
Thank
mute
you, ma'am.
yourself. You're welcome, my darling. Anybody else? One more person. Look, guys, we participate. So this is not that conference where you just come and you hide behind the screens. No. I have powers. Then I'll tell you about my powers. I have the power to come to your house to pick you up. You have to say something. If you can't say something to the video, please, pretty please, type it in the comment section. So we have a beautiful friend who is here, who is part of our speakers. She is not speaking today, she's speaking tomorrow, but she's here with us today. Miss Precious, I'll put you on the spot. She's going to come say hi to us and just say something beautiful to us while we wait for. You see, our beautiful Mrs. Precious, and you also know that she's my namesake. So, Mrs. Precious, I'm going to unmute you to say something to our beautiful friends. Are you ready? Give me the thumbs up if you want me to unmute you now.
Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay. And if you have access to your chat box, just write, I'm alive. I am alive. Write it in your chat box and say, I am alive. I want to know those that are here. I am alive. Thank you amazing. Emmanuel said he's alive. Owolabi is alive. Tomiwa is alive. King Jordan is alive. Solomon is alive. Precious is alive. Mary Frances, Ebuka, Glory, amazing. Thank you so much for having me. This is beautiful. This is so, looking at all your beautiful faces. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad. Thank you for having me. You know, there was something someone said that really caught my attention, right? And that shows how prepared you are for this program. Okay. I think it was Success. I think it was Success that said something when she was asked about Equip. And then she said, it's about preparation. You're here to prepare yourself, right? That is why you're here in this conference, to be prepared. I remember when I was exactly at this same spot, like all of you. I remember when I was a teenager, any program like this, you would see me in front. Any program like this, you will see me with my writing materials. I would always be in front because just like Success said, Success is a teenager. And she said, you know, this is a place where we prepare ourselves. That is why you're here, to be prepared. So I'm so glad I'm here. Hello, everybody. Welcome again to the Academic Excellence Conference 2.0. I'm going to be here all through, hopefully. I thought I was speaking today. I didn't know it was tomorrow I was going to be speaking. Oh, really? Okay, all right.
Wow.
That I was speaking today. All right, good, beautiful King Praise. So make sure you are alive, make sure you are awake, make sure you are enthusiastic in this conference. Don't be caught sleeping. Maybe when you're sleeping, that's when you're going to hear what you're supposed to hear. So don't sleep. When you want to use the restroom, you can go use the restroom. Don't turn off your cameras. Listen, jot down things. I mean, on my status today, I had to share a note in a conference I went when I was 15 years old. I still have that book till today. I mean, I still look at that book and I read some of the things I wrote on that book up till today. And it's almost more than 15 years ago. More than 15 years ago. you know. So you, whatever is being said today, you write it down. I love how that people even remembered what happened in the last conference. That shows we have teenagers ready to take over the world. We have teenagers ready to take over the nation. We have nation leaders, we have world leaders in this place today. So make sure you're listening, make sure you're writing down, make sure you are excited. I love how that people are writing they are alive today. Make sure you are excited. When teenagers gather, I love it when teenagers are gathered. You know why? Because they are always excited, they are full of energy. If it was maybe mommies and daddies that we brought in this conference, so mommy might be in the kitchen cooking something, holding
I'm
a
telling
baby,
you, I'll be at
running up
work.
and down. But look at all of you seated down, energetic, ready for this conference. Thank you so much,
Ellen
Miss Precious.
Lisa.
Again, my namesake. Thank you so much for organizing this for the
Yeah.
teenagers. And I wish you all the great things that you ever desire in your life. And I pray that at the end of this conference, you will reference it as one of the pivotal point in your life, one of the striking points, a strategic time in your life where you attended a conference and you heard something that you held on to, something that helped you in life, something that encouraged you, something that inspired you. That is the reason why you are here today. Okay. Well, today is not my it's not my session, so let's not go into details, right? But be excited when they say clap, clap. When they say jump, jump. When they say dance, you dance. When it's an activity, you join that activity because you will not be a teenager ever again. You won't be a teen ever again. Even if you're not a teenager, maybe you're 8 years old or you're 9 or you're 10 or you're a preteen, you will never. I used to be a teenager. I used to be, but now I'm not. I'm a
I
mommy.
tell you,
I'm
Mrs.
a mommy
Precious.
now, right?
I
I'm a mom.
tell
So,
you.
so maybe in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, you are going to be mommies and daddies and great people. So this is your time. This is your opportunity to learn all you have to learn. And just like a fellow teenager said, this is your time for preparation. It's as if she even looked into my slide. That means she's led by the Spirit of God. So well done, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. All right. Well done. Thank you so much. See you guys soon.
Okay, Mrs. Precious. First of all, I don't know where that error is coming from. Apologies, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. And my friends, did you hear Mrs. Precious? No, you cannot miss a session tomorrow. Look, let me stop there. You cannot afford to miss her session tomorrow. So let me quickly roll out the rules of this conference. Because are given in any organization, we will have rules that will guide us to ensure that we, the convener, the speakers, have the best experience. So, rule number one is ensure that you are mentally, physically, and emotionally ready. Ensure, everybody write it down. Rule number one, ensure you are ready. Rule number one is to ensure that what? You are ready. Ensure that you are what? Ready. Everybody say ready. Ready, ready, ready. Ensure you are ready. Like Mrs. Precious said, there are rooms you can get into that are bound to transform your life. For every transformation that has happened in my mind, my friends, it took a room like this. So like Ellen, I saw that was lying down. Ellen, please sit up. Make sure you are ready, mentally ready, physically ready, emotionally ready. The level of your readiness will determine the impact that this conference will have on your life. So for the fact that it's called the Academic Excellence Conference doesn't mean that it is just for your academics. It is also for your life readiness. like Mrs. Precious said. So make sure you are ready. So let me type in the comment section and ensure that I am ready. I will make sure that I am ready. Rule number 2, make sure your camera is turned on. Make sure your camera is turned on at all times. Make sure your camera is turned on at all times. Next one, make sure you are muted at all times, except you have been asked to speak. Ensure you are muted at all times, except you've been given the liberty to speak. Ensure that you respect everybody. Please make sure you respect everybody. You respect the speakers, you respect your friends. Ensure there is respect. You respect everybody. So when you're typing in the comment section, ensure that whatever you're typing is honorable. That is the 4th rule. The next rule would be to use the chat wisely. No random chatting. Do not spam the chat box. Do not use excessive emojis. Next rule is to stay present. Today we have 3 sessions, one on career, the next on mindset, and the last on self-development. And trust me, every speaker is here to support you. I want you to imagine that you're going back to school transformed. You're going back to school better than you were last term. That is what this conference will be given to you. Those are the tools that this conference will be equipping you with. But you will not be equipped. You cannot be equipped if you do not have the right disposition. Now, let's talk about the theme, equipped. When you hear the word equipped, I want you all, right, to think about the word equipped like a craftsman. Think about a craftsman. Think about a plumber. Think about a carpenter. Think about even a doctor. So I'm going to ask a question now. What do you think are the tools that doctors use? Over to you. I want you to type it in the chat box. What do you think are the tools of a doctor? Ensure that you're typing in the comment section. You could raise up your hand if you can hear me. What do you think are the tools of a doctor? Rhoda has something to say. Over to you, Rhoda.
Okay, so firstly, my chat is disabled. And
Rhoda,
also
you might want to speak a
that...
lot louder.
Okay, ma. The chat is disabled, ma.
What did you say?
And also the tool that... The chat is disabled.
Oh, the chat is disabled. Thank you. I must have done that
Yeah.
when everybody was spamming. That's fine. Okay, over to you, Rhoda.
And the tools that doctors use, doctors use a syringe, they use a stethoscope.
Okay,
Yeah,
a
a
stethoscope.
syringe, a stethoscope, and they also use needles.
A needle,
That's
that's
kind
a
of
syringe. Thank you, Rhoda.
Yes.
That's a good attempt. Thank you. So, guys, you promised me that you're going to cooperate when I turn on the chat box. Okay, thank you, Rhoda. I love it. I love your responses. Thank you. Now over to you, Queen Esther. So please, when you start speaking, tell us your name first so your friends can know your name. Okay? So Queen Esther, I can see 3 of you. Thank you. Okay, over to you.
Good morning, ma. I
Good
wanted to say
morning.
my name is Favor.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge.
Favor. Hi, Favor.
Hello, I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm very well, thank you, Favor. So what are
So
what are the tools of the doctor?
the doctor uses a stethoscope and drugs
Okay.
to treat patients.
He uses drugs. That's a very brilliant response. Thank you, Queen Esther. Over to you, Ronald. I'm going to ask you another question because Esther and Rhoda have answered, or rather, Favor and Rhoda have answered about the tools of a doctor. What are the tools of a carpenter? So you've been asked to mute.
Okay. Carpenters use saws, they use hammers, they use nails, they use screws,
Beautiful.
they use planes and woodwork machines.
Beautiful. Thank you, Rhoda. So, guys, you have to turn on your video if you speak. Thank you, Ronald, rather. Okay, I can see King Praise. Please turn on your video. Ask mommy to use a green screen. Probably you are in an environment that, you know, so ask them to use a green screen. Okay, okay, so Solomon, I've asked you to mute. What do plumbers use? What are the tools of a plumber?
A plumber uses a vise.
They use what?
A vise.
Okay.
They use some tubes.
Okay, they use some tools. Thank you. So King Praise. I'm going to take the last person, King Praise. What are the tools of a carpenter, King Praise? So unmute yourself, King Praise. What are the tools of a carpenter? Okay, Solomon, over to you.
A carpenter tools hammer.
Hammer.
Nails.
Nails.
Screwdriver.
Mallet. Thank you so much. Beautiful responses. Now, the same way these handsmen, or the same way these professionals use tools. Imagine a doctor without his tools. Imagine a carpenter without the tools. Imagine a plumber without the tools. Imagine a military man without his guns. Or imagine a footballer without his ball or without the right shoes. If these people can function without the tools, then in life we can function without tools. So the reason why the theme of this conference is equipped is that there are tools you need to excel in life. If you're going to succeed academically, if you're going to succeed in life, there are tools you need. So the goal of the Academic Excellence Conference is to give you tools. Our speaker is here. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome. We're excited to have you. I'll be handing over shortly. If you expect to succeed in life, my friends, there are tools you need. So everyone succeeding in life, whether in the profession, whether in their academics, there are tools they need. There are tools they use. So our role in these 2 days is to equip you with skills, equip you with tools, for you to excel your tools you need. So for this session, we have a very experienced child-friendly counselor who is here to give us tools for career choice. The same way there are tools that the doctor needs, there are tools that you need to choose the right career. There are tools you need to choose the right career. And our beautiful counselor today is here to help us. And her session is Equipped for the Right Path, Making Career Choices That Count. And to handle this session, my teenagers, we have the very amazing and beautiful Ms. Tamino to take the floor. So here's what we're going to do. I could go on and on and on about introducing her, but I will let her speak. Then at the end of the session, after we're done with her Q&A, you're then going to tell me one thing you learned about Miss Tamino. So Miss Tamino, are you ready? Counselor OT, are you ready, ma'am? Please feel free to introduce yourself. Or rather, feel free to unmute. I'm going to ask you one question before you take the floor. So please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Okay, so everyone, I'm going to let us start right now. I want us to type welcome, 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 welcome. I want us to shout welcome in the chat box. So Ms. Tamino, give us 1 second. Okay, everyone type welcome. I want us to overwhelm her with welcomes. So I'm already typing welcome. Let's go welcome. Thank you, Wisdom. Welcome. Thank you, Emmanuel. Welcome. And I'm going to unmute all of us. I will unmute us. I will ask everybody to unmute. So we're going to shout, welcome! Welcome, Counselor OT. So you're all asked to unmute. Unmute yourself.
Welcome. And wait, welcome.
Welcome. Okay. Thank you, my friends. Over to you, Counselor OT. Thank you so much for being here. Are you here, ma'am? Oh, I think she's been booted out. Okay, she's going to be back on with us shortly. So it's okay, but thank you so much, everyone, for cooperating. Oh, she's here. Oh, she's here. She's here. Sorry, I must have muted her. So please unmute yourself now.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You're the co-host, so you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you so much. First off, I want to thank you all for the opportunity. A lot today has been a lot for me. Oh, wow. I was having a meeting. I had to out. I just want to really, for the time lapse, if it caused any inconvenience, I'm truly sorry. But I'm going to make most of the time I have. And it's my desire that by the grace of God, we're going to learn a thing or two from everything I'll be talking on today. I believe I'm free to share my screen.
Yes, please. You are now a co-host.
Okay, so today I'll be talking about career choice very quickly. And I believe I have very active participants today.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen. If you can see my screen once it comes up, please let me know. Can you see my screen yet?
Okay, so we're seeing a blank. It's shown that you're sharing your screen, but it's just blank.
Oh, okay.
So if it's a file, you could share with me so I see if I can share from my end.
Okay.
Okay, so I can see yes. Friends, could you see her screen? Please type yes or no. So I'm sure it's not from my end.
I'm so sorry, it's loading.
Okay, it's still showing a blank page.
All right, so I think we'll just do it without it.
If it's
So,
something
all right, let's
share from my phone, that would work too. Okay, the parent said it's coming up. So probably try to share and keep speaking, right?
Okay.
Try to share and keep speaking. Let's see if it's going to load.
Let me share to you if it's possible.
That works as well. That works now. Probably share to my email address. It will be easier. My email is on the. You could give it better for you to share to my email. So just reply to the email trail. Is that okay, ma'am?
Okay, let me do
I'll send
that.
it right now so it pops up.
I'm so sorry for the.
Fine. It's fine.
We have parents here, right?
We have probably supporting the children or overhearing what we say. Welcome on board, everybody. While Counselor OT is sorting her back end, I'd like to ask a question. Have you ever thought of your career? And if you've thought about it, probably I want to be a this, I want to be a that, I want to be another one. Okay, nice. Okay. Counselor, are you there, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, I was good. Okay. I said, take your time. Take your time. Okay, so friends, I was saying, right, that have you all thought about what you want to be while growing up? And my main question is,
Hello, are you here? Hello? Hello?
okay, are you back now?
Yes, I'm unable to do that, so I'll just work without it, if that's fine.
That's totally fine as well.
All right, so I think my camera is was it turned off?
Okay, friends, I'm still asking the question. Yes, I was breaking. I'm back. Apologies. Okay, somebody. So I was asking, if you thought about your career, that is what you want to be while growing up, what informed that decision? So while Castellotti is settling in, I'd like you to type it in the chat box. If you have thought about your career, what informed that decision? So let's have it in the comment section. So you're going to say, For instance, I want to be an aeronautic engineer. This informs the decision. I want to be a this. This informed the decision. King Praise wants to be a pastor. King Praise, why do you want to be a pastor? So that's the question I'm asking. I was cut off. That's fine, King Jordan. Casaloti, do you want to have the floor now? Are you good? Are you good
Yes,
to go?
please. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you unmute the mics by yourself?
Okay, okay. General Bina, someone over there. Okay, your network is breaking now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's breaking. So, Tomiwa wants to be a footballer. Remember, the question is two focused. One, what do you want to be, and what informed the decision? So I can see beautiful answers. Wow. But the question really is, what informed the decision? Why do you want to be a doctor? So if you want to speak out loud, you can raise up your hand. Councillor Oti, you might consider turning off your video. Probably that would be better. Let's see if that would be better. Precious wants to be an artist. Beautiful response. Remember, the real question is, what informed the decision? So you could try speaking now, ma. I have a passion for space exploration. Wow. That's really amazing. I want to be a pastor because God has ordained me as written in Jeremiah. Beautiful. Wow, keep scrolling. Councillor Oti, you have the floor.
Can
Yes,
you hear
I
me
can
now?
hear you, and it's better. Your audio is better.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, ma, and your audio is way better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma, I can hear you.
All right.
I can hear you.
All right, so I can go ahead, can I?
Yes, you can.
All right. So for my means of communication, I'll be looking at the chat box in case I ask questions. So the response will let me know that everyone is following me. All right.
Yes,
So in addition to the question you already asked, some of them answered that they wanted to be computer scientists, some want to be aeronautic engineers. I see robotics, football. That's beautiful, unlike the traditional careers. I'm very happy I'm not just seeing doctors, lawyers, engineers. This shows that we're exposed, we're following the trends, and it kind of makes my work easier. Today, I'm going to be dwelling on careers. If you have your pen, your paper, you can take them down because I'll be asking questions at the end. I came with freebies for some very active people. I'll be noting down those that are very active. I'll be asking questions at the end of my session. So for my session today, I'll be dwelling on what is a career, factors that affect career choice. Like some of you have listed what you want to be, and I know that there are certain things that made you want to be those things, and you'll be sharing them with me shortly. But we're going to be talking about what a career is. You don't just say, I want to be a footballer. Do you know what football is about? What informs that decision? So, what is a career? Factors that influence career choice. Another thing is part of that is your strengths, your abilities, your temperaments. But before we go into that, let us define a career. I know most of us, are we with some participants of the Academic Excellence Conference? If we are, I believe we must be familiar with what a career is. Can someone just drop in the chat box, what is a career? What do you understand by the term career? Very quickly. I believe, right? Can we hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
I'm waiting for us to drop responses in the chat box. I'm also in the chat. The question is, what is the career? What do you understand by the term career? Very good, very good, very good, very good. The career is a part of occupation which a person takes up. Very good. Career is usually based on your interest, strengths, and what. Very good. An occupation undertaking for very, very good. Now that's beautiful. That's you guys are very knowledgeable. Very good. So when we talk about career, we're talking about what you want to do. Now, there's a difference between vocation and career. Vocation is way different from career. Vocation has to do with, note them down, your passion, your values. Career could be something you studied over a period of time. I'll be asking the difference between passion, vocation and career. I said vocation has to do with your passion and values, while career has to do with something you studied over a period of time. All right. Career, like some of us said, is a pathway, is a choice you become. It takes a period of time. And when we talk about career, it means that it takes, like some of us that said you want to be doctors or lawyers, you need to take education to become doctors or lawyers, right? You need to go to school, you need to acquire those skills. There is a period of training. That is the process. That is why it is called a career. Something you want to do that takes you through a process. You don't just wake up and say you want to be a lawyer. You have to go through the process. You don't just wake up and say you want to be a footballer. Now we even have football academy. All right. So that's it about career. You need to understand a career is something you want to do over a period of time, but that needs you to take specific means of education to achieve it. Now, some people, it could be formal education or informal education. By formal education, I mean you going to school, right? You're going to school, you go through primary, secondary, university. But informal are those that you acquire maybe through skill acquisition. Now we have fashion designing, we have people that are into of making of what is it called, chairs. Those ones are skills, right? That's also a career path. And if I ask some of you to mention some of the popular fashion designers, I believe some of us will mention Vicky James, right? Those are some of the skills that you can learn outside of the four walls of school, and that is why we call it for informal education. Just to know if we are following, can someone define vocation for me in the chat? Yes, I'm looking in the chat box. I've already defined career, I defined vocation, right? Can someone define vocation for me in the chat before I go forward? All right, very good. Very good, very good. I really love the engagement. Now, we've talked about career, we've talked about vocation. We've also talked about how you can acquire your career, either through formal or informal education. I said that formal education are those ones you acquire through the four walls of school, right? It could be primary, secondary. You need to go through those processes to get it. While the informal ones are the ones you don't need to go through school. They are acquired outside of school. It could be skill acquisition. It could be through apprenticeship. You see those. This one is mostly popular with those from the West, right? The Igbo people. They go to someone from their community that is maybe in Onitsha or Aba, learn under them. That's also a career path where they learn under people, apprenticeship. That's also a means of acquiring career, and that falls under informal career. We've gotten what a career is, we've gotten what vocation is, we've gotten how we can acquire career, formal or informally. Now let's talk about career choice. Career choice is the process where you acquire a career. Very simple. Career choice is the process of acquiring a career. Career is what you say you want to do, the things you want to study or whatever thing you want to do for yourself. But career choice in itself is the process of you acquiring a career. If you heard me, write it down in the chat box. Career choice is the process of acquiring a career. Write it in the chat box. Very good, very good, very good. All right. Now, there are factors that influence career choice. There are factors that influence career choice. I'm moving on very swift. I hope I'm not too fast. I hope I'm not too fast. Can we hear me? Am I too fast? All right. I'll slow down. I'll slow down. All right. Say that for me. All right, so I've already talked about career, I've talked about vocation, we've talked about ways to acquire your career. Now let's talk about factors that influence career choice. Factors that influence career choice. Now there are many factors that influence career choice. The first one we're going to be talking about is our friends. The first one we're going to be talking about is our friends. Now, if I was to ask some of you, why do you want to be a footballer? Or why do you want to be a doctor? If you're going to be true to yourself, you'll find out that maybe, just maybe, your friend also wants to be a doctor. So you want to do something that will keep you and your friend together. It is all too common. One of the factors that influence career choice is friends. If you got friends, write it down in the chat box. Friends. One of the factors that influence career choice is your friends. You can also call it your peers, right? Very good. Peers, they are one of the factors. And most times why this is okay for some people, it is not advisable because the career path chosen by your friend might not match with your strengths or your abilities. You might just want to do that so that you and your friends could do things together. But in the long run, you'll find out that you're missing in your strengths, you're missing in your abilities. Do we get what I'm saying? Your friends is one of the factors that influence your career choice, but most times it is not advisable because it may not be in line with your strengths and abilities. Very good. Now, the second influence for career choice is our parents. When I was growing up, my mom was a nurse. So my mom said that she wants me to do something higher than her. And so she said I would become a doctor. And that was the reason why she said, oh, I will study science. And I know that some of us, our parents fall in this category. So one of the factors that influence our career choice is our parents. Our parents might say, oh, you need to study law, you need to study medicine, you could do robotics. Why not you become an engineer? Yes. So you see, our parents are also one of the factors that influence our career choice. If you got the second factor, why not write it in the chat box? Our parents are one of the factors that influence our career choice. Very good. The third one is our environment. Our environment, the society. If you look into society, you find out that there are certain professions that are mostly termed as prestigious. Like when you mention that I am this in the society, people tend to respect you. Who can mention one of those careers that if you come out in the society and say, I am this person, people tend to respect you a lot? Who can mention one of them? Yes? Politician. You're correct. Police, very good. Doctor, yes. So you see, this kind of perception by the society can also influence some people to become those things. When they think that, oh, I want society to respect me. I want people, when they hear that I am this person, they'll respect me. You see that will also influence their career choice. So you see, we have our friends or peers, we have our parents, then we have the environment. Another one is social media, and that's the most common one now because currently now, majority of our teens, 90% of them are found online. They are all with phones, tablets, MacBooks, they are online. So social media is also one of the biggest influence of career choice currently. And if I ask you to mention one of the current careers that social media has brought, who can mention one for me? The current careers that social media has brought. Blogger, very good. I see active people. Blogger. Software engineer, very good. Streamer, YouTuber. Yes. When we had a career week at my place of work, some of our students said they wanted to be content creators. Some of them said they wanted to be brand ambassadors. Some of them said they wanted to be social media managers. Before this time, all these professions did not exist, but they came on board because of social media. And that is why we say social media is also a factor that influences career choice. Now, We've talked about the factors that influence career choice. I mentioned friends, I mentioned parents, I mentioned the environment, I also mentioned social media. Now, I hope you got this because I am moving forward. Before I move forward, just to be sure that we got what I said, one person lists all the factors that influence career choice that I mentioned. The 4 factors that influence career choice that I mentioned. One person lists so I can know we all followed before I go forward. Yes, friends, parents, society, social media, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, moving forward, there are 2 forms of influences that you can categorize these factors that influence career choice into. There are 2. The first one is intrinsic. The second one is extrinsic. Friends, parents, environment, social media, they can be categorized into 2. Basically, intrinsic factors and extrinsic. If you got what I just said, write it down. Okay, someone said I should spell. So I'm writing it in the chat box. All right. Yes, thank you, ma'am, for helping out. Yes, intrinsic. Now, to categorize these 4 factors into intrinsic or extrinsic. Intrinsic factors, please let's pay attention. Take this very seriously. This is very important. Intrinsic factors talk about those factors that are internal. They come from inside. That's why it's called intrinsic. They come from inside. They are the factors that influence us from our inside. While the extrinsic factors are factors that influence us from outside. Let me take it again. Intrinsic factors are factors that influence us from inside, while the extrinsic factors are factors that influence us from outside. If you got what I said, write it in the chat box, please. Intrinsic factors are factors that influence us from our inside. The extrinsic factors are those factors that influence us from our outside. Intrinsic factors are factors that influence us from inside of us, are internal. That's what are intrinsic. Extrinsic are the ones that influence us from outside. So if I was to ask you, now this is a question, it comes with a gift. If I was to ask you, friends, parents, environment, social media, are they intrinsic factors or extrinsic factors? Anybody that gets this question gets my ebook for free. If you're answering me, please make it in sentence so I can understand. Intrinsic between friends, parents, environment, social media, are they intrinsic factors or extrinsic factors? Very good. Now, please take note of the first 3 people. They have a gift from me.
Yes, please.
The first 3 people that dropped their comment. All right. So friends, parents, environment, social media, they are all extrinsic factors. Your friends, they are stemming from outside, right? They want to be doctor. I want to be a lawyer. Oh, I'm not going to be a doctor. Both of us who can become doctors. Now you're very good in science. You say, okay, let me be doctor as well. Your parents will say, we need a doctor in this family. You're very bright, you can do it. You say, okay, I can be a doctor. The environment says doctors are well paid, lawyers are well respected, politicians are well respected. You say, okay, I think I can be a politician. Social media says what is trending is YouTubers, what is trending is social media managers. And you say, I want to be a social media manager. Those are all factors coming from outside. So the big question is, what are the intrinsic factors? Are we with me? What are the intrinsic factors that influence your career choice? The first one is your strengths and your abilities. Somebody write it down for me. The first one is your strengths and your abilities. Very quickly, your strengths and your abilities. Intrinsic factors, remember I said intrinsic factors are those factors that stem from your inside, right? They stem from your inside. So these other factors we've mentioned before, they are extrinsic factors. They come from your outside, but the things that come from your inside are your strengths and your abilities. And by strengths and abilities, I mean things that you do without stress. For example, how do you know your strengths and your abilities? As a student, what are your best subjects? Some of you that love gaming, your best subject could be math. Those of you that love speaking, it could be English. Some of you like writing, some of you like talking. Those are your natural strengths. And those are the things that can influence your career choice. Someone that loves maths would tend to go into careers that are mathematically oriented. So if you go into a career that is mathematically oriented, you find out that choice is from inside of you. Those are your strengths, those are your abilities. Another thing that can influence your career choice as an intrinsic factor is your temperament. Somebody write it down for me. I mentioned strength and ability as a first example of intrinsic factors. The second one is your temperament. I don't know if you have people that read very well, but I would recommend you read a book, Why You Act the Way You Do by Tim LaHaye. I'll write the author in the comments, Tim LaHaye.
Don't worry, let me be your scribe.
Okay, thank you very much. I recommend you read that book, Why You Act the Way You Do by Tim LaHaye. It helps you to know your temperament. And we have 4 basic temperaments. We have the sanguine, we have the choleric, we have the what is it called? Phlegmatic. We also have the melancholic. Very good. We have the sanguine, choleric, melancholic, and phlegmatic. Time will not permit me to explain on these things, but your temperament is a major influence, if not one of the most important, as your intrinsic factor that helps you choose a career. And it is recommended that you pay attention to your intrinsic factors over your extrinsic factors. Do you know why? Nobody knows you more than you know yourself. People might have the best interest for you, but they don't know what are your strengths. They don't know what are your abilities. They don't know what your temperaments talk about. And in the long run, it is your temperament that will preserve you in whatever career choice that you take. Take, for example, someone that does not like to talk to people, someone that is a melancholy, or someone that is a phlegmatic, that just likes staying inside. Imagine that person becoming a salesperson, meaning that you need to always be outside talking to people. That person will find going to work very, very stressful. You will not want to go out because, every time you go out, you're talking to people. Meanwhile, you love staying inside. Now imagine someone that loves moving out, going out, the life of the party is sanguine. That person that loves going out, you now make that person a clerk or someone that just types inside the office. That person will be very bored with his or her job. So you see, temperament is a major factor in whatever career you're choosing. And that is why it is important that you pay attention to your intrinsic factors. If you don't get anything from what I said today, you should get that your temperament should be a major factor that influences your career choice. We've talked about what a career is. We've talked about what a vocation is. We've talked about factors that influence career choice. We've also talked about categorizing them into 2 intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Now, how do you make the best career choice for yourself? I'll ask you that question. Based on everything I've said so far, how do you make the best career choice suiting for you? Someone should answer me. The first person that answers that question will get a free ebook from me as well. How do you make the best career choice for yourself based on everything I've talked about?
Would you want them to speak out loud? I could unmute quickly.
Okay, that's possible. I would love that too.
Okay, so if you want to speak, Roda, do you want to speak? Okay, can you Roda and Emmanuel quickly unmute yourselves?
Okay. So how you can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
So how you can choose your career choices? So you have to pay attention to your strengths and your weaknesses, and make sure you are not choosing your career by following others or following the trend. You have to pay attention to your strengths, your weaknesses, the intrinsic factors and the extrinsic factors.
Very good, very good. I would have asked us to clap for you, but I feel we are all muted. Miss Precious, please take note of her. She just won a free ebook from me. Very good, very good.
I'm doing that.
All right.
Okay.
Someone wants to say something.
Okay, so how we can make our career choices is by number 1, God in heaven.
We have 4 people, so we'll just work with the first 4. Done. Remember the conference. You're going to speak, then you turn it.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So how we can Ma? Okay, so how we can do our make our career choices in life is that number one, our temperaments. Why you act the way you do, like I don't know how to put it, but your sanguine, your melancholy. What aspect of career choices can you do based on your personalities? Then also ask God like for wisdom, knowledge, understanding to guide your paths in whatever you want to do and whatever career choices you want to make.
Very good, very good, very good. Thank you. Do we have any other question? I would like to go ahead.
Now, mute yourself. Emmanuel, please mute yourself.
Okay, ma'am. I feel one of the ways we can plan out a career is by making use of our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and possible threats to careers we may want to carry out. So we can look at a path that is most suitable and most pliable for careers.
That's beautiful. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Very correct.
To you, ma'am.
Is it the last question? Hello?
Yes, please. Let's just take 3 of them.
All right, all right. Now, talk about what a career is, what a vocation is. All right, I'm going for ahead. Can I go ahead, please?
Yes, please, you can, ma'am.
Okay. So we already established what a career is, what a vocation is. We've established the factors that influence career choice. We've also established the place of intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Having known all this, how now do we choose the best career choice suiting for us? I will give you steps on how to do that. And that is where we're going to be ending our session for today. I'll give you the steps to follow to choose the best career choice suiting for you. Now, I'd like you to know that career choice or path to career is not linear. And by that, I mean it's not straightforward. You learn as you go. Some people, they said, I want to be doctors today. Before they go through their junior secondary, their senior secondary, they discovered other things about themselves and their choices change. And that is why that's the difference between career and vocation. Anybody can be doctors, anybody can be a lawyer, but something that is a vocation is something that is in line with your passion. You see some people that they are doctors at the same time they are having foundations, they are having other things, but they say that they love, because they find out that this day and this 21st century, you need to have multiple streams. All right. One thing about career is career can earn you money, can give you this, but vocation makes you live a fulfilled life. And I want you there has been stories of a lot of people that died. It's called career suicide. When you're no longer fulfilled in your career, they eventually go through career suicide. I don't know if any of us have heard of the lawyer that jumped into the Third Mainland Bridge. He was a very respected lawyer, but he was no longer happy with his profession. And that is why he jumped and committed suicide. So you need to understand that most times you go through a job just to put food on your table or just to earn money, but there's always a place of passion. You need to bridge the gap. You can have something that fuels you, that's something that you're passionate about. It might not be something that puts the money on your table, but you can decide to learn something else that helps you to gain money while still pursuing that thing that you love to do. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. If you understand what I'm saying, type a yes in the comments. And if you're at the stage of your life where today you want to be a doctor, tomorrow you want to be a lawyer, know that you are at the right path, all right? You're not making a mistake, you're doing the right thing. Careers evolve. The first step I will give you on your path to career choice is self-discovery. And by self-discovery, I mean discover your talents, discover your strengths, discover your abilities, discover your temperament. You need to know what it is that you're made of. You need to know it, and you need to be so sure that you can mention it everywhere. So, who are you? When you're someone that has discovered yourself, you know who you are. And let me tell you, you're not too young to discover yourself. You're not too young. I don't know if someone may say, but I'm too small. How old am I? This is the right time for you to discover who you are. What are you good at? Do you like talking? That is also a talent. You can become a broadcaster tomorrow. You can become a air personnel, a correspondent. Know what it is you're good at. Do you love writing? Beautiful. What do you love to do? What takes your time? Discover who you are. After you've discovered who you are, make research on careers that are in line with those things. Under self-discovery, you'll be able to know your temperament, you know your strengths, you know your abilities. The next one is make research. Research as there's no tomorrow. Making research, I need to let you know that every careers are coming up. And that is why you need to be open-minded. There is what we call careers of the 21st century. They did not exist before this time. They just came now. Career will be born. Before you get in 2 years from now, a new career will be born. To be open-minded. And that is why your temperament will always guide you. The factors that should fuel your career choice should not be external factors. They should be intrinsic. Because intrinsic are things about you that do not change. External factors may change, but who you are do not change. And if you're making decisions based on who you are, you'll find out that everything will still be revolving around your temperament, your strengths, your abilities. Even if you say you don't want to be a doctor today, you want to be something else, that thing you want to be will still revolve around your strengths, your abilities, and your temperament. Do we understand what I'm saying? The first is self-discovery. The second one is make career research. Research as though there's no tomorrow. And the third one is draw a career map. Draw a career map. Depending on the class you're in, make a career map for yourself. It can be career mapping can be like a tree or a circle or like a vision board of your career path you're making from now to maybe when you get into the university. When you've made research on possible careers, have a map. How long will it take me to achieve this? What do I need to do to get this? Do I need to go to school? Some of you will discover that you don't really need to go to that thing you love to do might not really need a formal education. What you might need is a skill acquisition. What you might need is to learn under someone that has done it. When you're mapping your career path, you will discover the ways you need to get to your career. Do you need to go to school? Do you need to get an additional skill acquisition? Do you need to go for career? Are those things you need to do? You do it under the career mapping. So far, do you understand? Are we following me so far? If you're following me, kindly type a yes in the comments.
Yes.
The last one is go with the first goal. The last one is take the step, take the step, take the step, take the step. What is the first thing you need to do? Take that step. We'll come to the question and answer session, okay? The first thing I mentioned here is self-discovery. Discover yourself. The second is make career research. Research about the careers that are in line with your temperament, that are in line with your skill, your strengths, your abilities. The third one is map that your career map. Have a career map. It is very important. Have a career map. The path that will take you to where you're going to. If I'm going, and it is very advisable for you to have up to 3 careers, right? At this stage, choose up to 3 careers that are in line with your strengths, your abilities, your temperament. At this stage, you are not making any finite choices. Be open. Be open-minded. Have a map for your career. Then the fourth is take the step. What do you need to do now? Be action-oriented. What can I do now? Do I need to read a book? What you need to do now must not be something very elaborate. Do I need to read a book about this? Do I need to Google about this? Do I need to go to research about this on a site? Do I need to take a skill? What do you need to do? That's the step you need to take. I don't know if we are following. All right. The first one is self-discovery. The second is make career research. The third is career mapping. And the fourth is take a step. I'll quickly run down everything that I've talked about as we come to the end of my section. We've thought about what a career is, and I said career is what you want to do. Career is that pathway to what you decide to do for your life. Career is something that you can go through education to acquire. Vocation is something that you're just passionate about. You don't know why. It's something that aligns with your interests. All right. Then we'll talk about factors that influences your career choice. We talked about your friends, your parents, the environment, social media. And we categorize these factors into two: intrinsic factors and extrinsic factors. And we say those friends, parents, environment, social media fall under what the extrinsic factors. And we said these extrinsic factors cannot be what dependable when it comes to your career choice. And we say your career choice should be dependent on your intrinsic factors. And we mentioned what these intrinsic factors are. We say intrinsic factors are factors that stem from your inside. They are internally born. They are here. They come with you. In layman's term, follow come. It is with you. It is inborn. All right. We mentioned your strengths. We mentioned your abilities. We mentioned your temperament. What subject do you like? What are the things that it gives you joy? What are the person are you? Are you always sad? Are you always happy? Do you like to talk? Do you like to stay indoors? Those are your intrinsic factors. And we say whatever career you're choosing should be because they are stable. They don't change. Extrinsic factors can change. Tomorrow, society might say politicians are no longer good, or everybody should become engineer, but your intrinsic factors remain the same. And that is why whatever choice you're making should be born out of your intrinsic factors. Then after we talk about the steps in choosing whatever career, and I said discovery, the Bible says, man, know thyself. If you cannot know yourself, I don't know what else you need to do. And it is better you start now to know your strengths, temperament better. Ask your friends for who do you think I am? Your teacher, hello ma, hello sir, what kind of a person do you think I'm in school? Who kind of person do you think I'm? You can ask Ma'am Precious here. As a young person, who am I? Do you think I'm a very noisy person? Do you think I'm a quiet person? Ask questions, and when you ask people, they help you to know yourself better. All right, know yourself. That's the first one, is self-discovery. The second one is make career research. When you've known your temperaments, make career research on careers around those temperaments. The minimum of 3, choose the minimum of 3 career paths, because at this stage in your life, you need to be open-minded. As you're going, you might discover that I don't like this one again. Maybe it's this one. It is good. Don't say because I'm changing career, my choice is changing, something is wrong with you. Nothing is wrong with you. This is the point where you're evolving. Your choices might evolve. But one thing, if you're making a choice by intrinsic factors, you will always be on the right path. So make your career research. The fourth one is map out your career. Have a career map. See, as a young person that wants to have a career that is fulfilling, you need to be very vision oriented. You need to be intentional. Nothing comes to you by chance. That's why you need to map out your career now. From those 3 careers you have chosen, write out, okay, how do I want to achieve this? Okay, this particular one, do I need to go to school? This particular one, do I need to learn a skill? Can I take an online course? How can I achieve this? That's how you map out your career. Then the last one is take a step. When you've mapped out the career, what do you do to take that step? Should I buy a book like I recommended, buy Why You Act the Way You Do by Tim LaHaye? For some of you, that might be the step you need to take now. Read that book to know your temperament. If you can do all these things at this time, I assure you, you are on the right track to choosing the best career path for you. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. This is where I end my session for today. If you have any questions, you can always drop it in the comments.
Wow. Friends, what do we have to say to Counselor OT? Wow. What Counselor OT, let me start by saying, right? Try to turn on your video. Let's see your beautiful face again. So what I would like to say, right, is that what sold me with your session, or what has sold me with your session is the simplicity. Thank you so much. At least I wish I could go back and have this clarity. I love how you started from explaining the difference between vacation and career, because a lot of young people are trying to. Should I have a young person who was trying to, and I couldn't even explain it to her, but I think I could help people better now. She was trying to go for a vocation rather than a career. And I was trying to explain something along the lines of what you're saying, but I couldn't word it well, which is the beauty of you being here as a counselor because you know these things to the T. So friends, I'm going to unmute. So we say a very big thank you to Counselor OT. Then you raise your hand if you have your questions. How many minutes do you want to give us for questions, Mark?
10 minutes, please.
10 minutes. Thank you for being gracious. Thank you so much. I hope I heard you well. So probably you want to turn off your video. Okay, I heard you well. Thank you. So they're giving you the clapping emojis. So friends, I'm going to unmute us all right now so that we say a big thank you to Counselor OT. Are you ready? I'm going to unmute us at the count of 1, 3, 2, 1. Let's hear your thank you.
Thank you, ma.
Excuse me.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you, ma.
Excuse me.
Thank you, ma.
You are
Thank
very
you, ma.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Thank you,
Excuse
ma.
me.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Thank you.
The very best participants. Thank you. So if you have your questions, Counselor OT has just 10 minutes and our time starts now. If you have your questions, raise up your hand so I unmute you. Ask your questions quickly. For Counselor OT, how do you want to do it? Do you want to take all the questions first, then you answer? Or do you want to batch it, or you want to take them per question? How do you want to do that? Turn off the video when you want to speak. Okay. Access to go. That works for me. That works for me too. Okay, beautiful person. I'm looking at you. Sit up. Okay? Sit up, Pink Praise. Okay, Rhoda, over to you. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Rhoda,
you.
unmute yourself. Do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't hear you.
Can I go ahead?
Yes,
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so
Yes, please.
my question is, during the class, she said something about as we grow, our career choices changes when we notice our strengths and our weaknesses. Okay, so she said something about our strength and our weaknesses, that if we're good in mathematics, we can go into the gaming industry and stuff like that. And if we're good in speaking and English, we can go into the public speaking and that area. But ma, what if you are good in the two? Because I personally am good at maths, but my best subject is English. And I also had this special interest for science, and I'm also good at public speaking because that's like one of my hobbies. And I have interest for data science. So what would you think? What can you say about that, and what can you recommend for me? Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. So if I got you correctly, we're saying something about your interests are overlapping. You love math, you love English, good in math, English, so you're trying to choose. You don't know. Is that correct? Is that
Rhoda, unmute yourself if you want to clarify the question.
Yes, ma.
was that did I get your question correct?
Yes, you did, ma.
All right. So the thing is, at every stage, whether you're I don't know what class you're in, but there's when you get to SS1, SS2, you're always going to be diversification. You're either going to be arts or science. And for every profession, you need science, English, and math. Now, for a career, I remember I told you that career is different from vocation. Vocation is something you just like to do. Career is something that you're doing professionally. Some of these things you might not need to go to school to learn them. We call those ones vocations. Things that you can that comes naturally to you. Now, career is something that you learn over time. All right. Remember, we mentioned as one of the steps to choosing as making career research. Once you know your temperament, you know your strengths, make research on careers. Now, have you made research on the careers you want to do maybe before this time? I know you say you love maths, you love English, but there are careers around those ones. Most of the careers will usually involve maths and English. So it's not as if you're choosing between English that together. What I'm career is something that you need to that it comprises all those your strengths, it comprises your weakness, it comprises your temperament. That's what helps you to choose a career because you need to know those things. Now, why I say that career is evolve. Some people they say they want to be or they stay with doctors daily because people as they are growing discover that I don't really like doctor. I think I would like this one now. Evolve. They've known more things about themselves. Maybe they've attended a career boot camp or they've seen things and now they know better. They're evolving. So what I would say to you, make your research, discover yourself very well. And once you know the difference between your education, those things you like, the career is something that you need to for. You understand that? You map it out. I know you have those things, but when it comes to career, you know through formal education to acquire it. Okay?
Yes, I think.
Did I answer your question, Rhoda?
Okay. Rhoda, are you clear? So while Rhoda is gathering her thoughts, we're going to move to Shalomit. To Shalomit, I hope I pronounced your thing correctly. I'm going to ask you to unmute so you can ask your questions. Over to you, darling.
What I want to say isn't really a question. What I want to say first is about career. It's still about career, but it's not a question. And I also want to say about what the difference between a job and a career is.
Okay. Did you get her, Councillor Oti? Did you hear what she said? Okay. Councillor Oti, are you there? Friends, you can also type your questions in the chat box. Okay?
So what I wanted to say is that I've already started thinking about my career and I do public speaking as well. And I posted a live thing and I also had an interview about what I wanted to be when I grew up and it's still on YouTube. And I also wanted to say that the difference between a job and a career is that a job is just for a short time, and a career is something that you do for a long time period. And also, when you're doing a career, you often need some skills that you've already done when you were younger. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, I loved your contribution. I love that you said that the job is what you do for a specific time frame, and the career is what you do for a long time. I really loved that contribution. That was a contribution, right? Thank you so much. Then you can hear us. Cousin Oti, can you hear us? Okay,
yes,
so
I can hear.
Okay, so did you hear the first question she asked? She asked the question, then she made the contribution. She said that a job is what you do for a specific time frame. If I'm to kind of summarize what she said, then she said that a career is what you do for a long time. Yeah, which was a very brilliant contribution. So I want her to ask the question again so you could take that, except if you heard it. Did you hear it?
Yes, I heard her.
Okay, so you have the floor now.
Do you have any other question?
Okay, yes, we do. Yes, we do. But you haven't answered to Shalomit's question.
Shalomit didn't ask a question, it was a contribution.
Oh, so just a contribution. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Solomon, are you ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Solomon, are you ready? King Praise, are you ready? I guess Solomon, just raise their hands up. If you have a question, leave it in the chat box or you raise your hands up. Remember, our next speaker is almost here. Okay, King Praise has a question. King Praise, you can ask a question now. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, ma.
Hello.
My question is, what if your career is something that needs public speaking and you're shy? What do you do?
That's a very brilliant question.
Okay. So can I
Your voice is breaking,
so I will
ma'am.
just answer the question as it is. Can we hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, but it was breaking earlier.
Okay, so I said I would just answer the question as it was asked. What if your career is public speaking and you're shy? Now, we have in temperaments, humans are mostly a combination of two temperaments. For example, you can be a sanguine and a choleric. So maybe you love public speaking, but there's a recessive or a lower level of that shyness from the other temperament. And that is why there's always a place of learning. So if you want to be a public speaker and you find out you're shy, what you do is to work on that part of yourself that is like a weakness. Do you understand? If you find out you're shy, you start learning how to speak in public. Currently, public speaking is a skill that everyone should learn, regardless of your temperament, right? Because you always need to talk to people, you always speak in front of people. So you can try to learn how to speak. You can practice it with a mirror. You can practice with your friends. You can practice with your parents. But if you discover that that is a weakness, you work on it and you overcome it. And before you know it, you're better at speaking. All right. So that's it. If you're shy, you work on it.
Okay. I love it. So let Councillor Oti permit me to contribute here. You know, friends,
yes,
you mentioned in the beginning that the reason why the theme for this conference is is because in life, for you to excel, you need tools. So while temperament are good and strengths are good, one beautiful thing about the way God created you and I is that for every weakness we have, there is a tool we need to surpass it. So if you're struggling with public speaking, you don't have the strength for public speaking, you can learn the tools. So tell your daddy, tell your mommy to help you learn the tools, to expose you to the tools of public speaking. And that's it. That's essentially
Can I say something?
Yes, please, ma'am. You can.
I mentioned that there are two types of education, the formal and the informal, right? Now, there are some, like public speaking, you may not need to go to school to learn it. You can learn them informally. You can learn them through books. You can learn them through trainings. You can have a coach. You can join a class, but it might not be a regular going to school in the morning and coming back in the evening. And that is why I say some of these skills, you don't need to go to school. You learn them outside of school. That's why they are called informal education. Just, I wanted to add that to the explanation.
Yes. Thank you so much. I believe that thank you, Praise, for asking. That's a beautiful thing about asking questions, because someone else would get clarity from your question. Okay, I see. Do we have any other question? Shalomit, did you raise your hand again? Would you want to clarify? Do we have any other question? Councillor Oti will be leaving us in 1 minute. So I just want to take one more question. Okay, do we have a question in the chat box? We have a question. Because I'm going to mute Charlotte in case it's a question. So friends, remember that you are encouraged to ask questions. Don't just listen for listening's sake. You are encouraged to ask questions. Okay, Rhoda is asking another question. Any other person apart from Shalom and Rhoda? Okay, Councillor Oti, I want to say thank you so much for this very short yet eye-opening session. The teenagers, I believe, and the preteens, I believe, have been clarified by your session. We want to say God bless you. We want to say that God increase you, may He enrich you, and give you yet more platforms to impact young people with. God bless you. So everybody, I will mute us all. Say goodbye and thank you for the last time. Do you have anything to say?
During my session, I don't understand the question. I have a follow-up for them. On their pastoral choice. So after the session, it will always maybe, I don't know how, it's an ebook seller. Can you hear me?
All that, yeah, I can hear you. You're talking about the gift you wanted to give. First of all, thank you. I know it was Ronald Ojo that answered.
Yes,
Ronald. Okay, let me take note of their names. So probably we'll get your info to their parents, or we'll get their parents' info to you. So we have Ronald. Okay, 1 second now. Sorry, you're breaking, ma. Yes, you're breaking, ma. I didn't hear you. So we have now. Now, please, I didn't hear you. You probably will send chats, right? Send me a chat. So
they should just send me a message on WhatsApp.
Okay. We'll conclude the conversation. All right, everybody, can we say a big thank you to Councillor Oti? Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Are you saying your thank yous? I can't see you in the comment section. Thank you, Inyolua. Thank you, Solomon. Thank you. So we're moving on to the next section. This section is about mindsets. This section is about mindset. So before I bring up our very amazing speaker who is going to teach us about the power of your mind, his session, the topic of session is equip re-engineering your mindset for lasting success. Before we let the speaker speak, I would like to understand from you all the meaning of mindset. What do you think is the meaning of mindset? As our custom is, please feel free to unmute yourselves. Rather, raise up your hand. The word mindset. The word mindset. What do you think is the meaning? If you have anything to say, remember, Ronald has something to say. Ronald, please turn on your video. You're muted. I want someone else. I want someone else. Okay, Blessing Israel. Blessing Israel. Can you please unmute yourself? Ronald, where are you? So I see that some of our friends keep changing their names over and over and over again. I hope I'm not making an assumption. But I see the face with several schools. So could that be different siblings? Or could that be a participant change their names several times? So if that is you, please remember that we are orderly here. That is you, please stop it. Okay? I observed that. So that's one person, because if I notice that I'm going to remove you and block you from the conference, okay? We are here, we are excellent people, and we are disciplined. So please do not King Praise, you in particular, I'm going to remove you from the conference if you do that again. I'll put you on timeout now for 5 minutes, and I will bring you back on. Do not do that again, please. Okay, so Mercy. So first take Rhoda, then we'll take Mercy. Friends, please learn from King Praise. Do not spam the chat box. Do not change your name. Do not put up irrelevant comments. While we are here, we must be disciplined at all times. Please. All right, Ronald, over to you. What is mindset?
Okay. From my understanding, I believe mindset is an inclination of behavior, attitude, and response to situations and circumstances based on a person's overall experience.
Lovely. I love it. Thank you so much, Ronald. Okay, so we will move to Mercy. Okay, let's move to Success. Success, you have something to say about mindset? You do not have, that's fine. Solomon, please turn on your video. Mercy, your video. Okay, Solomon, say something.
Your thoughts. What's your
now? I'm going to call people. Okay, Solomon, are you there?
Yes, mindset means your thoughts. Mindset means what you think about.
What you think about. That's a good attempt. Thank you. Mercy, are you ready? Unmute yourself.
Okay, mindset is how you think, your perspective of the things around you.
Okay, that is Rhoda. Over to you. Do you have something to say? I love how outspoken Rhoda is. I'd like everyone to be as outspoken as Rhoda, Emmanuel, Ronald, and Shalomon. Feel free to speak, okay? If you're shy, this is a good time to practice. If you are shy, this is a good time to practice. Okay, Rhoda, over to you. Good job, Rhoda.
Okay, to me, mindset means the state of your mind, how your thoughts and your perspective moves, like the state of your mind.
Beautiful, the state of your mind, your perspective. Beautiful. Okay, so everybody please bring down your hands. We're about to bring up our next speaker. Like I said, I wouldn't read their profile. I want you to experience these amazing speakers who have agreed to impact us today. So are you ready? You'll be unmute. You'll be made a poster so you can unmute yourself. So we have Pastor for our next session. We have Pastor Malmus Idigun. So we're ready for you. Let me put you on the spotlight. Where are you? He is here. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Academy.
Good afternoon.
2.0. Good afternoon. So before you say something, our teenagers have something to say to you. Teenagers, you know our culture. I will mute all of us. Then we'll say, welcome, sir. We with a very, very
Welcome,
loud voice.
sir.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome to our minister.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome,
Welcome,
sir.
sir.
Welcome, sir.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome,
Amazing.
You're very, very welcome, sir. We're happy to have you.
Hello, sir. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, sir. You have the floor. Would you have anything to say to us? You have the floor, sir. Take it away. Thank you so much for being here again.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Thank you so much, Mrs.
So you
Precious.
made the
Thank you so
poll.
much for.
You have access to the dashboard, sir.
All right, great. Great. I'm just gonna start. So good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone from wherever you are joining from. Amazing initiative. And I really want to appreciate our host, Mrs. Precious, for this amazing initiative. Thank you so much for having a heart for the next generation. Thank you for having a heart for young people. Thank you so much for what you're doing. This investment you're making in the young people. It's just God that will bless you and posterity as well. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. And yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Your being here shows that you really have, you're a visionary person, you have value for yourself, and you really want to get better. That's why you're here. So congratulations in advance. I'm very sure that this whole event will leave you better in Jesus' name. Will leave you better. All right. Yeah. All right. So the topic I've been given, like earlier discussed, is on mindset. And this is a very vital topic. By the way, I really want to applaud. I don't know if she's still here or she's gone. The first speaker, awesome job on the topic on career. Awesome, really awesome job. I really want to applaud her for that session. So I've been asked to speak on Equipped to Win, re-engineering your mindset for lasting success. Re-engineering your mindset for lasting success. All right. All right, so I'm just going to start off. I'm going to start off from the definition of mindsets. Some of you already gave some definitions. So I'm just going to start off from there. So mindsets are a set of beliefs that shape how you make sense of yourself, how you make sense of the world. So I'm going to take it again. Mindset are a set of beliefs. All right, set of beliefs that shape how you make sense of yourself and how you make sense of the world. All right. Mindsets, I'll take it one more time. Mindsets are sets of beliefs that shape how you make sense of yourself and how you make sense of the world. How you see yourself and how you see the world. Or the set of beliefs that shape how you see yourself and how you see the world. So there are different mindsets, all right, and mindsets are categorized into their success mindset and their fits, all right. For instance, I'll start from failure mindset. The mindset of lateness, because it's a mindset. So now that word mindset are two words in one actually. It's mind and set. So how your mind is set or what your mind is on. All right. So those are two words in one. Mindset. All right. So when people, like I said, mindset, I'll give you another definition. Mindset established set of attitudes held by someone. Established set of attitudes held by someone. So like I said, there are failure mindsets and there are success mindsets. Like I said earlier, when you see people act in a setting, they act according to anything from their mindset. And I'll see if we can get to how to influence your mindset and all of that. A set of minds that are producing failures in your life, you can now, re-engineer and reconstruct that, make do away with the failure mindset and begin to have success mindset steering of your life. Okay, so like I said, one of the failure mindsets is lateness. So if you're late to school, if you're late to events, you're late to, that's a mindset. I'm not talking about when something happens and you couldn't control it. I'm talking about if it's a habitual thing. All right. So if it's a habitual thing, it means it's a mindset. How you know a mindset, how you know the mind is set on something. For instance, let me give you an example. This is a bottle of water. So I can decide to put it here. So I've set it here. All right. I can also decide to set it here. All right. So it's set here. And yeah.
Your voice is a little bit low. Yes, and it's been breaking for a while. Yeah, probably to check it.
Wow.
Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
Wow. Okay, can you hear me now? Is it better now? You're muted. You're muted.
Yes, sorry, thank you. So let's get feedback from the audience. Guys, can you hear? So to speak. Guys, can you all hear? Type a chat in the chat box, okay? Okay, Rhoda says that she can hear. So who else can hear?
Awesome.
Mercy can hear. Who else can hear? 3 more responses, guys. So we're sure you get the best. Okay, so move on, Sam. We're good to go. Thank you.
All right. So I was explaining mindset, and I said mindset. The word mindset. These are 2 words that make one word: mind and set. All right. And this is a bottle of water here. And if I put it here, if I set it here, nothing else will change it until I decide to change the position. So if I put it here, that means I've set it here. All right. So the same way, when people act in a certain way, they act based on their mindset. All right. And mindset are usually influenced by a number of things: environment, culture, and a lot of things influence mindset. All right. Good. So I told you mindsets are categorized into 2. There are success mindset and there are failure mindset. And one of the examples of failure mindset is a mindset called lateness. When a person is always late for an event, when a person is always late for a function, late to school, late to whatever, and it's something habitual, then it's a mindset. All right, is a mindset. All right. That failure mindset is oversleeping. When someone is always waking up late is a mindset. When the person is always waking up late, that's a mindset, and so on and so forth. All right, so I want to talk about one mindset, just one of them, one mindset, one attitude of the mind that will really, 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 really change your life. If you get this, you're going to get it this today. You're going to get it in this session. All right, it's called commitment. It's called commitment. And if you can hear me, I want you to type commitment on the chat. Type commitment on the chat. Let me be sure you're with me. So type commitment. Commitment is spelled COMMITMENT. So just send the mental attitude called commitment. Okay, I'm seeing anybody type. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
All right, great. So commitment is what I want to share with us this afternoon. Commitment is a mindset. It's one of the most important mindsets for success that you need as a young person. Everybody actually needs this mindset. Commitment is so serious that without commitment, it is a quality without which no dream or prospect comes to pass. No dream or prospect comes to pass without this attitude, without this mindset called commitment. Commitment is the quality without which no dream or prospect comes to pass. Nothing extraordinary happens without commitment. Nothing extraordinary happens without commitment. Okay, what does it mean? What does the word commitment mean? What does it mean to commit to something? All right, what does it mean to commit to something? Commitment means to follow through. I'm just going to give you really simple definitions. The first definition of commitment means to follow through. The quality of following something through. So two words there, follow through. The second definition of commitment means to be joined to something. To be joined to. The first one, follow through. The second one, joined to. The third one is locked in, to be locked into something. Like when you lock a door, like when you lock a safe. I'm giving you definitions of commitment so you can have an idea of what. I'm going to give you another definition. And that this last one is my favorite definition of the word commitment. It means to be imprisoned to a cause. To be imprisoned to a cause, or to be imprisoned to something. To be imprisoned to something. So commitment means to follow through. Commitment means to be joined to. Commitment means to be locked in. Commitment means to be imprisoned to a cause, or to be imprisoned to something. This is so powerful, guys. This is so powerful. Commitment, it means it means to follow through. It means to be joined to something. It means to be locked into something. It means to be imprisoned to something. And like I said earlier, this is the quality without which no dream, no prospect, no matter how amazing you are, no matter how talented and gifted you are, and I'm very sure that every single one of you here, you're committed, you're amazing, you're gifted, you're talented and everything. But without commitment, no dream comes to pass. Without commitment, people live really common life, and nobody here is meant to live a common life. Nobody here is designed to live a common life. Nobody here is designed to live, a normal life, as it were. Everybody here is meant to live an extraordinary life, meant to live an impactful life. All right. So commitment means to follow through on something. Commitment means to be joined to something. Commitment means to be locked into something. Commitment means to be imprisoned to a cause or to something. This is so powerful. And I'm going to give you areas of commitment real soon. So when you say you're committed to something, it means you're determined to follow something through. So it means that, guys, listen, it means if you start something, if you decide to do something, you follow it through. It's a mindset. My mentor those days it's called the discipline of follow through. That you don't have any unfinished project, any abandoned tasks, any abandoned things around your life. That you follow through, that anything you set your heart to do, that you follow it through. That is such an amazing quality. It's such an amazing mindset for everyone to have. The mindset of follow through. The mindset to be joined to something. The mindset to be locked into something, because this is the quality that produces success. So anything, I wrote something here that anything you give part of you to is not worth it. Anything you give just a fraction of you to is not worth it. It's not worth doing. Anything you give part of you to is not worth doing. You have to have the mind. You have to have the mindset of following something through to the end. All right. So in this generation, you have people say things like, "I want to leave my options open. I want to see how it goes." All All right. But that kind of mindset, that kind of attitude of seeing how it goes, leaving your options open, would not produce extraordinary success. If you're going to be a very successful person, if you're going to be an extraordinary person, you're going to have to be committed to stuff. You're going to have to be committed to something. If you're going to be an exceptional human being, if you're going to be an exceptional person, you're going to have to be committed. You shouldn't just be leaving your options, leaving your options open or see how things goes. No, because if you keep leaving all the options open and you don't make up your mind to a cause, you're going to be taking so long for you to see the full manifestation of that thing. I'm going to give you an example shortly, but I just want to set the tone with this. So anything you have to give part of yourself to is not worth it at all. So if you're going to get involved in anything, you're going to get involved with anyone, then it should be a very serious thing. You should be determined to follow it through. Like I said, I'm going to give you areas of commitment so you can actually make this as tangible as possible. The next thing under commitment here is you will not find any uncommitted person who is a success. There's no uncommitted person that is successful. There's no uncommitted person that is successful. Nowhere in the world. Anyone that is succeeding, any person succeeding in any part of the world, this quality of commitment is the standout quality. This is the mindset that makes for an extraordinary life. You will not find any uncommitted person who is a success. Anybody that gets success without commitment will have a short-lived success. That success would not last. Anything anybody gets without commitment would not last. The person will lose it. Because commitment is the glue to success. Commitment is a glue to success. And guess what? Anybody also that is committed to something and gets successful at something, and then something happens along the line and then they lose that success, in quote, before long, you see them reproduce and even get into higher dimensions of that thing, because commitment is such a powerful quality, such a powerful mindset that every young person should have. And you guys are so privileged to be listening to be in this this conference, this training, for such a time as this, because if you get this on time, you're going to set, you're going to be on the path of amazing success. There are a lot of people that are not committed to stuff. In fact, you have people all around the world. You have a lot of people that are not committed to anything. That's why you have a lot of common people. You have a lot of general people. You have a lot of, there are a lot of people that are just applauding other people succeed. There are a lot of people that are just watching other people succeed. There are a lot of people that are just in the stands. That's why you see in a stadium, you find more people watching, the people that are actually doing the work. For instance, in a stadium, you have just 22 people, football stadium that is. You find just 22 people playing football. You find just 22 people, but then you find thousands of people. Some stadiums are as much as, the stands as much as 50,000, 70,000 capacity stadiums. So you have 70,000 people watching just 22 people play football. Because in life, there are three categories of people. There are people that watch other people succeed. There are people that talk about people succeed. And the third category of people are people that's the category we want you to be in. People that actually succeed. People that actually succeed. So in life, there are people that just talk about other people's success. In life, there are people that just watch other people succeed. All right? Then there are people that actually succeed. And ironically, there are more people that watch people succeed and talk about people succeed than the ones that succeed. And this conference is meant to position you and put you in the category of success. And success will be elusive without commitment. Commitment is that quality without which success will not be achieved, without which dreams will not be achieved. Commitment, and you have to get this. You have to get this from an early age. You have to get this, that whatever you propose in your heart to do, whatever it is you're doing right now, you have to begin to have a sense of ownership, a sense of commitment, and this is going to guide you all through. This is going to really, really guide you. You have to learn to be focused. You have to learn to be put together, because everything depends on it. So the next thing here, before I begin to give you the areas of commitment, two more things. Let me just recap a little bit. Like I said, you will not find an uncommitted person who is successful. You will not find uncommitted people who are successful. You will not find anyone that is uncommitted that is a success. So commitment is such an important mindset to have in your journey to success and living an amazing life. The next thing here, next thing I wrote here is you must be more committed to your success than anyone else. You must be more committed to your success than anyone else. You must be more committed to your success than anyone. You must be more committed to your success than your friends. You must love to succeed more than your friends want you to succeed or love you to succeed. You must be more committed than your parents want you to succeed. Because you see, there are cheerleaders and support systems in life. And these are great. It's great to have cheerleaders. It's great to have support systems in life. But then that can be a risk as well, because when you trust people more than you trust in your own gift, your ability, your inner resources, and they don't show up or they disappoint you, sometimes that disappointment takes away from you more than it even gave you. So you must be committed to your success. You must be committed to yourself. You must want to succeed more than Mrs. Precious wants you to succeed. Because after this conference, the next time you might be seeing her might be God knows when. But if these things are able to, if these seeds are able to enter into the soil of your heart, and they begin to grow, then in the next 5 years, 10 years, you're going to reference Mrs. Precious and tell her, thank you so much for putting that conference together because it changed my life. You have to be committed. You have to be more committed to yourself than anybody else is committed to your own success. All right, so let me begin to give you the areas of success. Let me begin to give you the areas of success. Sorry, the areas of commitment. I beg your pardon. The first area of commitment is self-discovery. You must be committed to self-discovery. The other speaker, I heard her talk about self-discovery. You must be committed to discovering yourself. And the question of self-discovery is a question of origin and assignment. The question of self-discovery is a question of origin and assignment. So when you hear the word self-discovery, basically you're asking, who are you? Like, where did you come from? And what are you doing here? There's a book titled, What on Earth Am I on Earth For? Or why on earth am I on earth? Something like that. All right. So the question of self-discovery is a question of origin and assignment. The question of self-discovery is a question of origin. It is a question that asks, who are you? Like, where did you come from? What's your descent? What's your origin? And then it's a question of assignment, meaning, why are you here? What's your roots? What's your origin? Where did you come from? From whom did you come from? All right. So I don't know if they still teach it in today's primary and secondary schools, but then those days in the evolution theory, they said that man came from animals. Man evolved from apes and all that. But that is wrong. That is wrong theory. You didn't evolve from an animal, from an ape to where you are now. All right. So you must know your origin. You must know where you came from. All right. You must know where you came from. You came from God. You came from God. There's someone, you came from the creator of the world. You came from a creator. Somebody divine created you and put you here and put all that he has inside of you. And then he sent you here on an assignment. You are here for a reason. Because you see, if you don't know who you are and where you are going to, then every road will begin to lead you. If you don't know who you are and where you are going to, and that's why you are here, every road will begin to lead you. You must know, and I think almost every speaker is going to be talking about self-discovery, because where you are right now as young people, you really need to answer this question. It needs to be a quest. You need to be committed to self-discovery, discovering who you are. Because lack of this understanding of your origin and your assignment leads to confusion, leads to distraction. So you must be committed to your origin. You must have that mindset of commitment. And I'm giving you the areas of commitment now as young people. You must really begin to know beyond the shadow of the doubt who you are and why you're here. And I heard the other speaker talk about some books, recommended some books to you, powerful, like the book on by Tim LaHaye, Why You Act the Way You Do, and some of those self-discovery books. I'm sure Mrs. Precious can actually give us some recommendations on that as well before this conference is up, because that is the most important thing. That is the most important thing. You must answer the question, of origin and assignment. You must realize that you are here you must realize that you are here because somebody intelligent, somebody intentional wanted you to be here. You're not here by happenstance. You're not here by circumstance. You're not here by mistake. You're here because you are meant to be here. You're here as an answer to some problems in this world. You're a girl, you're a guy on an assignment, on a mission here on earth. And you must be committed to discovering the specifics of yourself. So I'm going to recap later, but let me just go on. One more thing about identity, self-discovery. Self-discovery is what determines your career and business, career or business choice. I think the other speaker talked about this. Self-discovery. That is the baseline of every other thing. You not build on self-discovery, because self-discovery is like having a correct map or a correct compass. And then from there, you now begin to build, because you can't begin to build without foundation. Self-discovery is foundational to your life. So you must be committed to discovering yourself. So when you hear, okay, read this book, the other book, to know who you need to go and read it. You must be, that's commitment now. You have to go, and because you want to know who you are. You want to know who you are. A committed person is not shallow. A committed person does not just listen. One of the ways you know a committed person, one of the ways you know you are committed, is you obey. You are an obedient person. A committed person is an obedient person. A committed person is an inquisitive person. When you are told this is what you need and this is what you should do, you immediately set your course. You immediately leave every other thing you're doing and begin to do that. You begin to obey, and all that. That's one of the ways you know you are committed. So you get, and the book is free online. It's, there are PDFs online. You don't even need to buy it. And you begin to read it as one of the reflections of commitment. As one of the reflections of commitment. Your identity also determines your friendships. Knowing who you are determines the kind of people that hang around. Okay, the second thing you committed to, some area of commitment, is commitment to your future. This is so powerful. I'm going to stay here for a bit because this is so powerful. This is so powerful. This is so profound. You must be committed to your future. You must be committed to your tomorrow. You must be committed to your dreams and your goals. You must be committed. You must be committed to your tomorrow. You must be preoccupied with your future than your present. You must become preoccupied with your future than your present. You must be so concerned about your tomorrow than your today. It's so important. You must be living for tomorrow, not just for today. You must be thinking about tomorrow. You must be thinking about your future. You must be thinking about, what's going to happen in the next few years of your life than just today. And you show commitment to your future by what you do today, by feeding towards that, by feeding towards your future, by studying, by researching, by interacting with seniors and people that has gone ahead of you. So you must show commitment to your future. You must show commitment to your future. So the future belongs to those who are committed to something. The future belongs to committed people. The future belongs to committed people. The future does not belong to everyone. The future belongs to committed people. Future belongs to people that are committed. So if you learn to be committed to things now, then it means that you're going to be in charge of the future, because the future belongs to those that are committed. Remember, we're discussing the mindset called commitment. So you must be so committed to certain things so that in the future, okay, so let me ask you a question. It's a rhetorical question, meaning it's a question that I want you to ask yourself and just think about. In the next 10 years, maybe if you're 7 today, in 10 years' time, you're going to be 17. If you're 10 today, in the next 10 years, you're going to be, what now, 20. If you're 5 today, in the next 10 years, you're going to be 15. If you're 11 today, in the next 10 years, you're going to be 22. In the next 10 years, when your name is mentioned in a room, what do you want it to be associated with? In the next 10 years, I hope you're thinking, in the next 10 years, if your name is mentioned in a room, or if you walk into a room, if your name is mentioned in a room, what would you want your name to be associated with? So there's a name I'm seeing in front of me here, Kola Wole Roda. Yeah. So if Kola, when people hear Kola, sorry for not pronouncing your name properly, Kola Wole Roda. When people hear Kola Wole Roda in the next 10 years, what would you want them to? What would you want that name to be associated with? You need to write it down. You need to write it down. I'm giving you an exercise. You need to write it down. You need to think about it. I'm seeing another name here, Owolabi Abiodun Omolade. Now, I don't know if it's your name or if it's your parents' name. Maybe you're using your parents' device or whatever. But whatever your name is, in the next 10 years, if your name, because that thing, what you want your name to be associated with, you begin to build it now, and you begin to show commitment towards that thing or towards those things. If your name is mentioned, do you want it to be familiar or unfamiliar? Do you want people to say, "Oh, I know that name. Oh, is it not this person?" For instance, when you hear Dangote, what comes to mind? For instance, when you hear Cristiano Ronaldo, what comes to mind? For instance, when you hear what are their names? Prudence, Okopi, what comes to mind? When you hear some of these names, what comes to mind? If your name is Googled in the next 10 years, what would come out? What would be the result of the search? Whatever your results are, whatever you write out, you now begin to work on it. You now begin to show commitment to those things. Whatever you want your name to be associated with, you need to begin to show commitment to those things from today. You need to begin to feed. You need to feed that goal, because it becomes a dream, becomes a desire. You need to begin to feed it. You need to begin to show commitment. You need to begin to study and begin to live a disciplined life towards that, because you don't want anything other than what you've written down. So you might write it now, you might write it later, but it's an exercise that if you do, you write down a number of things, it will really change your life. To really, really change your life. Okay, somebody's writing 11 plus 10 is 21. Yeah, 21. Thank you. So that's a rhetorical question. So, like I said, I'm listing the areas of commitment. I said the first area of commitment is.
I think they're writing how old they will be.
Okay. Yeah. So, first area of commitment is self-discovery. The second area of commitment is commitment to your future. First area of commitment is commitment to yourself, to self-discovery. Second area of commitment is commitment to your future. Commitment to your future. What are the things that your name is going to be associated with? You must determine that now. You might not have the full picture like the other speaker said, but you need to have an idea. What kind of person do you want people to remember you, as? What effect, what impact do you want people to have when they hear your name, when they see your picture, when they see your face? What do you want them to have? You now need to begin to determine that. The third area of commitment, because I'm talking to preteens and teenagers, is commitment to your academics. Commitment to your academics. Commitment to your studies, commitment to your academics, because that, my dear, needs to be one of the most important things right now to you, your academics. Whether you're in primary school, you're in secondary school, you're in the university, you need to be committed to that. You need to be committed to that. And while you're in school, you need to realize that even though you have classmates, in life, there are no classmates. Oh, awesome. I'm seeing somebody type in the comment section, the greatest robotics, did I get that right? Let me get that right. Greatest robotics in history. Okay. Awesome. But it's a rhetorical question. You can just write down the list of things that you want your name to be remembered for. How do you want people to feel, when they think about you in the future, when they call your name, when they Google your name? How do you want people to feel? What impact do you want them to have? What do you want them to have in mind when your name is mentioned? You need to, what kind of young lady, what kind of young man, what kind of impact do you want your life and your name to actually carry in the next 10 years? A man of dominance. All right. Okay. So I'm talking about commitment to academics now. So like I said, you have classmates now, but listen, in life, there are no classmates. It's only in school you have classmates. So one of my mentors says, in class, in your school, you have classmates, but after school, everybody now finds their class. After school, everybody finds their class. So you need to go through school with commitment, realizing that after your 6 years, after your 4 years, after 6 years if you're in secondary school, 4 years if you're in the university, whatever, after that period, everybody's going to find their class. Everybody's going to find their class in life. Everybody's going to find their class. So you need to take your academics, you need to be committed to your academics, because if you don't show commitment to your academics, it's really going to affect, how you come out of that. And one of the reasons why you need to be committed to your academics is because you want to show your parents gratitude. You want to tell your parents that you are grateful for the investment, for them taking care of you and all of that. And so commitment to your academics. So in academics, you must always aim for the 100% score. Don't just aim to barely pass your subject. No, you must aim for 100% score. And the beautiful thing about aiming for the 100 is that even if you don't get the 100, at least you fall down to 90, which is still excellent. But if you just want to get by in your academics, then you're going to get results and grades that that come to people that just want to get by. But you must aim for 100% score, academically speaking. So you must see every subject and every school activity as a flight of stairs. I'm going to explain what that means. You must see every subject and every academic activity as a flight of stairs. So I'm sure everybody here knows what the flight of stairs are. It's like a staircase. So in a staircase, you put one here, you put the other one here, then the other one comes in and all of that. So a flight of stairs. You must see every subject and every... Someone is asking what's my name. My name is Mamus, M-A-M-U-S, Idigun, I-D-I-G-U-N. M-A-M-U-S, I-D-I-G-U-N. All right, so you must see your academics and every you must see every subject and every academic activity as a flight of stairs. It reminds me of a classmate I used to have those days in secondary school. Her name is Ubong. Ubong, this lady, this girl used to be, yes, thank you, that's my name. So this girl used to intimidate us. Girl, but she used to intimidate the guys because everything for her was serious. She used to be such a committed person. Committed to every subject, committed to every school activity, committed to sport. This girl used to be good at basketball. This girl used to be good at football because ladies used to play football, guys. In fact, Ubong used to play football with guys. She's female, but she was so committed. She does not just back down and just takes things casual. She's committed to everything that is everything we're doing. Committed to every subject. Committed to. All right. And you saw the result of her commitment. She was the 1% of the 1% of our class for the 3 years, because I joined that school in my SS1. For those SS1, SS2, SS3, for those 3 years, the girl was top. She was the girl to beat in the class. She was consistent in every subject. She was a science student, committed in every subject. Consistent and committed. She had that mindset that everything was a big deal. You must see everything as a big deal. You must be committed to it. It was so serious that she took the commitment even to sports. She took the commitment when we go to the lab, because I was also a science student, when we go to the chemistry lab or physics lab or another commitment. The girl had laser focus. Her focus was like a flint. She was so committed. If you call this subject, you must call her name, Ubong. If you call this subject, so she was the girl to beat. Such commitment. Such commitment. So even when we are joking and playing, you know that she's a committed person. So you mind the way you play around her, because if you lose yourself, the girl will go back home and study and everything. And then when it's time to, so she doesn't play anyhow. Commitment to your academics. Commitment to your academics. So when you realize, when you realize that every subject and every school activity is like a flight of stairs that you need to achieve what you need to achieve in life, you will now see how much you need a perfect score or you need to see how much you need perfect grades in your academics. You need perfect grades in your academics. You must be committed to your academics, guys. You must be committed to your academics. I feel like coming to where you are and holding you on your shoulder and shaking you up and telling you, be committed to your academics, because that is the stage where you are right now. You need to have parallel A's. There's a guy I mentored many years ago. He was doing so well in his first year, second year, and third year. His academics started having some problems. I had to talk to him and all of that, and release him from certain activities. He started focusing and getting more committed to his academics. The next result that came out, parallel is like A, all the way down. Parallel is. That's the vision you must have of your academics. Parallel is. Don't even tolerate a B. You must study like you want an A. Parallel is. You must be so committed to your academics. Because when you succeed academically, you give yourself such opportunities in life later. If you graduate with very good grades, you give yourself so much opportunities later. Okay, I think my time is winding up. So let me move to the other. I have about 7 areas of commitment I want to give you. The third area of commitment is commitment to your family and friends. Commitment to family and friends. Commitment to family and friends. You must be committed at home. Commitment to chores. Committed to helping out at home, committed to bringing your folks peace. Okay, so while I'm talking about commitment, you must be committed to this event as well, because I see some of you, I think I'm seeing Isaac here. There's some things going up on your screen, so be committed to what you're listening to, please. I'm talking about commitment. All right, so be committed. Don't stop playing around with emojis and stuff. Just focus. That's what I'm talking about. Be committed, because if you do, it'll help you a great deal. So be committed. So commitment to your family and your friends. So if you have people who study with you, especially visionary friends, not just anybody, not just any kind of friend. Listen. Be committed to people who make you better. Be committed to people who make you better, people that talk about you guys reading together, people that advise you properly, people that are on the right path. Be committed to those kind of relationships. I want to talk about the fifth area of commitment is commitment to financial development. You're not, listen. You need to learn problem solving on time. You're not too young to begin to, now, if you look at the Jewish kids, if you look at Chinese kids, if you look at those Asian kids, all right, you see them sometimes at 15, they're already millionaires in dollars. So I decided to add this one here because of the kind of world we live in right now. Because you see, when you're done with school and everything, you're going to realize how much you need finances, how much you need money. So you need to begin to now develop financial skills. You need to develop problem-solving skills. You need to begin to try your hands on some businesses, even as a secondary school student, even as a primary school student. Yes, you must be committed to financial development. You must begin to ask questions about money. You must begin to know how money works, how to grow money and all of that. You must have a savings account. You must have those days. Every child used to have, not every child, but most children used to have like a box like this, made of wood. All right, and in this, they would have an opening in front. All right, and every now and then, if they give you pocket money and all of that, you take part of it and you put it inside the box, and you save it. Maybe you start from January and you save it. You open it in December. That kind of thing, that kind of culture really helped you a great deal. Those people that had parents or guardians that did this for them, they were really better because they begin to train their mind. They begin to train their mind for financial management on time. Because when you get out of school and you begin to realize how important money plays in this life, so you need to learn it now. Jewish kids, they learn it from childhood. Asian kids, Chinese kids, they learn it from Indian kids, they learn it from childhood. They learn these things from childhood. You need to learn entrepreneurship on time. Entrepreneurship is basically problem solving. So, for instance, a practical example, if you find out that the kids around you, your friends and all of that, they like certain kind of biscuits or whatever, you can ask your mom to buy those biscuits for you and you begin to sell them in school. Or sell them, whatever, but you need to begin to ask, you need to begin to think about this. You need to begin to think about, you need to learn entrepreneurs, skills and all that. Don't wait till after school and all that, because before you begin to learn, it's so important. I really wish, in some of this, I really wish some of these trainings for preteens and teenagers, let's just say full session on financial development, because it's such an important skill every child needs to have. It's such an important skill every child needs to have, especially in the kind of world we live in now. Social media, you need to learn how to take advantage of social media to begin to make money. Jewish children at 18, see some of them, they're already millionaires in dollars. At 21, millionaires in dollars. So once you have uncles and all that give you money, you need to at least start from saving. Have a saving, they call it saving box those days, made of wood. Tell your mom, tell your dad to get a carpenter that you want a saving box. Just be throwing money inside, 500 naira, 1,000 naira, 200 naira, 100 naira. You need to be committed to financial development. You need to start on time. You need to tell your mommy, I need a saving box. Daddy, I need a saving box. Of course, these days now, banks have a lot of what you call platforms and systems for even children to begin to save money and all of that. All right, so let me run. The sixth area of commitment is commitment to faith, your faith. And then the seventh area, because of time, is commitment to mentorship. Mentorship is basically teaching you how things work. All right. And you can have life mentors, you can have financial mentors, you can have academic mentors, you can have different kinds of mentors. You can have as many mentors as there are problems in your life. You can have one life mentor that mentors in every area, but mentorship is so important. A mentor is basically someone that has productivity, integrity, and longevity. A mentor is someone that has gone ahead of you and has the ability to guide you along in life. All right. I have a lot more to share with you, but I'm gonna leave it here for now. So let me just do a little bit of recap. So commitment is the quality, of following through things. Commitment means to be joined to something. Commitment means to be locked in. Commitment means to be imprisoned to a cause. All right. Commitment is that quality without which no dream or prospect comes to pass. And I made a statement that you will not find an uncommitted person who is successful. Commitment is a mindset that you must begin to cultivate early, so that you can actually begin to build a beautiful life. And I gave you the areas of commitment. Commitment to self-discovery. Second area, commitment to your future. And I gave you an exercise to do here. Next 10 years, when your name is mentioned, what do you want that name to be associated with? You need to determine that and begin to be committed to becoming that kind of person. Commitment to your academics, commitment to your family and your friends, commitment to financial development, commitment to your faith, and commitment to mentorship. Basically, people that actually help you in life, people that you can always go to when you are weak or when you are confused or stuff. You must have mentors, you must have teachers, you must have people that you run to, and all of that. All right, so that is the mindset I really want to communicate to you, and I really hope you got this, and I really hope this has impacted you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Precious, for having me, and I wish you guys an amazing rest of the conference. Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Thank you so much, Pastor Mahmood. Before I go further, teachers, I know you're still here. Before I even give Pastor Mahmoud his accolade, I would like to start by giving you all a very big round of applause because you've been here for this many hours. Wow, well done, everybody. So we're going to take questions. So we allow Pastor Board like a water break. I'm going to quickly unmute us all to say our thank yous. One value I want you to take from this session or from this conference is giving appreciation when people have deserved it. It is giving appreciation. So I'm going to unmute us all. It is a life value. It is a life value. In your Gen Z lingua and your Gen Beta and Gen Alpha lingua, we would say it's giving people their flowers. So I'm going to quickly unmute us to say our thank yous. So please unmute yourself and echo thank you, sir. Can we do that in the GP? 1, 2,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
God bless. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Come with their, if you don't come with the energy, sir, what do you think you were teaching? You were teaching old people. Thank you so much, guys. So if you're ready to ask your questions, you have two options. Thank you to everyone who is saying their thank yous in the comment section. And I want to give a special mention to Eshe. The Eshes took the responsibility of supporting your sessions, sir. They were asking questions, or rather, they were giving contributions for every
Wow.
every concept. They were giving definitions, and it was amazing. So, guys, thank you so much. And to everybody who was in the comment section, who were like saying, "Oh, keep quiet, concentrate." Thank you as well. So I can see Solomon. Asking, raising up their hands. So Solomon, are you ready to ask question? David has a question. King Jordan has a question. I want to take 5 questions from this session. Okay, so I'm going to take from David first. Okay, David, feel free to unmute yourself.
Next year, what will it be themed like, and what we'll be learning about?
Okay, David.
What next year? What will we be learning about next year?
Oh, let's finish this year before we move on to next year, okay? I think that is better. Is that okay, David?
Yeah.
So when we finish with this year and we learn all the amazing things we need to learn this year, then we'll talk about next year. You think that's better, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, David. Okay, next is Jordan. Jordan, please ask a question.
Thank you, Ma. So my
Thank you,
question is
David.
that
Thank you, Jordan.
he said that we should be committed and also said a part about savings. So I want to ask, what if you are pretty good at saving, but when you save and save and save, then your parents get so angry a moment, then they collect all what you have saved and just use it for something else. What are you expected to do?
Nice question. Really nice,
Very
practical
nice.
question.
Okay, please give an answer to that, then we'll take the next one.
Okay, so the question is, if you're good at saving and if you have a savings culture, and then your parents get angry and spend your money, well, they owe you. What it means is that they owe you. All right, and when you need it, they'll need to produce it. Do you understand that? So they owe you. So perhaps they use I don't know what you mean by they get angry. Do you mean maybe you do something naughty and then they, in trying to punish you, they use your money and all of that? Sometimes parents are bluffing. Sometimes parents just want to threaten you that they're going to spend your money, they're going to take your savings and all of that. But even if they do, sometimes they don't do that. Even when they say they do, but even if they do, it means they owe you, right? But secondly, you can actually save that money on your own. You can actually save it on your own if you don't trust your parents, but you should trust your parents, with that. Basically, just have it in record that they owe you, all right? So that, when the time comes and all of that, they will actually give you what they owe you. Is that okay?
Okay, let me contribute to that question for King
Please.
Jordan.
Yes.
So, King Jordan, that's a really, you see, we both laughed when you asked that question, because it's the reality of a lot of our parents. They kept the money for us. But I want to say that a lot of times, King Jordan, are you there? A lot of times, what our parents do, they do out of love. So you might not understand the reason why they did what they did, but no, they did it out of love. So if your parents got angry because you were saving money, I don't think it was because you were saving. It could have been because you had done something else. So communicate with your parents, right? Ask questions. No parent, as a mom, I believe that you have the same thought pattern. No parent would be angry with a child except the money was taken without permission. The money was stolen. But it was given to you duly, or you earned it duly, and it is being saved, then chances are they were not angry because you were saving money. It could have been for
no, I don't. I don't think. I don't think he's saying that they were angry because you are saving. No, I think the question is, he's saving, and then out of anger, maybe they did something naughty, and in trying to punish them, they now spend the money.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's the.
Yes, my answer to you would be that action was done out of love. As parents, it's our responsibility to discipline you. So after mommy or dad is done with their curiosity, it is okay that you go to ask, why was this action taken? Is that okay, Jordan?
True.
But please ensure that you save. Okay? So I believe that for some parents, probably that they have seen they might not save the time. Okay, ensure that there is open communication with your parents. So I'll give Owola B. Tomiwa the opportunity to ask the next question. Tomiwa, are you ready? I think those are the cousins together. Okay, guys.
My question is that how do we stay focused on like how do you stay focused when you are how do you stay focused on your financial to be financial? Because like people, for example, like me now, I can spend the money anyhow. And how do I stay focused? That's my question.
Great question. Over to you, sir. You want to
How do you say focus financially, you mean? Or
financial
yes,
goals?
how do
So
I
could you
stay
try?
focused? Because people like me now, I can be somehow spending money. I cannot control myself.
Financial indiscipline. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good, and thank you for asking that. That's a very, very fantastic question. So, like Mrs. Precious said, that is where your parents come in and your older ones come in. So, if you know that you have issues within this financial indiscipline, you know you're not mature enough to hold your own, save your own money. For instance, like I said earlier, there are a number of things you can do. You can put it in your piggy, is it piggy bank they call it? Piggy bank. Those days, like I said, we had this carton. It's bigger than this. It used to maybe this height or bigger. All right. And then it has this very small, or just a tiny that a paper can just enter. That's the end. It's not as big as this. This is too big. You can put your hand and collect. No. So it's so small that even if you're tempted, no matter the level of indiscipline, you can't withdraw the money. You can't get the money out. Do you understand that? So these are systems that you put in place to restrict you. Secondly, you can actually give your mom or your dad the money to save, to hold for you. All right. So that, and then they'll be able to vet whether or not your reason for wanting the money is cogent or not. Thirdly, you can also have an elder sibling, that you trust to also hold the money for you. Fourthly, you can actually have your mom, your dad open an account for you. You can have your mom or your dad open a savings account in your name. All right. So when you have money, you give it to them, tell them to put it in your account, and then they show you that your money is in your account. Do you understand? With that, you don't have access to it, so you don't spend the money, at will. Do you understand that? Mrs. Precious, I don't know if you want to add something to that, but thank you for asking that. Fantastic.
Yes, that's a very good question. I'm just going to piggyback on what you said. It's essentially setting systems in place. Even we adults, we do it as well. Because look,
absolutely,
no matter how disciplined you are with money, if money is always lying around with you, there's no system to save it. There's no system to curb excessive expenditure. You will spend the money, you will buy the next thing. So what we do, and I advise you, is to set the systems in place. When you get the money, like Pastor said, get your piggy bank and put it in your piggy bank. Chances are that by the time you want to break, and make sure it's a piggy bank that is difficult to break, not an envelope. You just get the envelope and bring out the money. You will spend it. Right? Yeah. So put up the systems in place. Give it to someone you trust. Put it to a bank account and all of that. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, Isaac, guys, are you ready? We need to release our speaker. Are you ready? It's time for you. Isaac, I'm unmuting. So next time we'll go next. Isaac, over to you.
Okay, so my question is, what if your parents does not allow you to save, and when you tell them you want to save, they always say no, and maybe if you go and secretly put money and save, they might find out and take your money and use it?
Okay, so let me answer this, please.
Please go ahead.
At the end of whatever we're teaching you, we believe that your parents know the best for you. So if
yes, I was going to say that.
Not save at the time, please do not save until whatever you hear today. Ensure you get the expressive permission, the explicit permission of your parents before implementing. At this phase of your life, whatever your parents tell you trumps whatever you're learning. But they have sent you to the Academic Excellence Conference because they trust Mrs. Obona, they trust Coach P, and they trust that we're going to set you right. Okay? So if they ask you not to save, please do not disobey them. Obedience, the Bible says, children, obey your parents in the law, for it is right. So if your parents say, do not save, I believe that they have a cogent reason why you are asked not to save. Okay, everybody, thank you. So, do you have anything to say?
No, absolutely. I was going to say the same thing. You defer to your parents. No matter what you want to do, if your parents say no, it's not the right time, then you just defer, just relax. There will come the time where you have the liberty to do what you want to. But if your parents say don't do this for now, please don't do it. Defer to your parents 100%.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Okay, over to Queen Esther. I can see the two pretty girls. Guys, are you ready? Unmute and ask a question.
Thank you, sir, for your class. I loved your class. And I want to ask a question, but about the commitment to the future. I wanted to ask, so what if you be something, and then there's another thing you want to do in the future that you can't do at the same time? What do you do?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Mr. Precious, did you get that?
No, I didn't. I think I've called for it. Esther, please ask the question again.
I was saying that if in the future, if you want to be a nurse, for example, and there are so many other options that you have in mind, how are you going to do all of them at the same time? How can you be clear of what you're going to do?
All right. So I remember before I talked about commitment to your future, I talked about self-discovery. So it's at the point of self-discovery that you know what you want to do. You know the direction, because you can't begin to move. You can't begin to travel with first setting the direction. All right. You must determine where. You don't go to a park or you don't go to an airport and say, I want to fly. They'll ask you what's your destination. So the destination must be determined before you begin to talk about commitment. All right. So you must clarify the destination. So you must sort out from self-discovery. At the point of self-discovery is where you determine what you want, who you are. So the question of self-discovery, like I said, is a question of your origin and your assignment. All right. Who you are, what you want to, who you want to be, and all of that, and then you now set out on that journey. I don't know if that makes sense to you. So you must determine what you want to do first of all. The former speaker talked about your temperament and all of that. Basically, you have to know what you're best wired to do. Now, while you're growing up, you will have a lot of amazing things that you think you can do. All right, but you must now, and that's where a counselor comes in. So someone like the previous speaker or someone like Mrs. Ogbonna Precious, you need to sit with them and do like a SWOT analysis. It's called a SWOT analysis. You know your strengths, your weaknesses, your threats, your opportunities, and all of that, and then you determine the direction you want to go to. All right, you want to fly, but you can't fly to London and Japan at the same time. You must go one place first before the other. So you must determine what you want to be. For instance, let's say you want to be a nurse and an engineer. All right. The question is which is priority to you? Which one do you want the most? Do you understand? Which do you want the most is the question. And then you determine the one you want the most, and then you focus on that one. When you are done with that one, if there's still time, you can now do the other one, or if you can juggle it. But the point is that you must determine where you are headed first. You can't have two things. If not, your energy is going to be dissipated. All right. You must chart a course, determine where you want to go to first. That's why the discussion of self-discovery is so important. Hope that makes sense to you.
Yes, I believe it made sense. Thank you so much. I saw someone, I think Blossom was someone. Okay, please, if it's you, I can't find the video for some reason. Question. So if it was you, let me see your hands up, please. You were raising your hands up like you were waving at the screen. If you have a question. Okay, I think we are good. Solomon, do you still have a question? So King Jordan, we've taken your question. Let's allow other people more opportunity. You can ask mommy to allow you send a voice note with her phone or her daddy, whoever gave you access. I would respond to you. Okay, so we release our speaker, and so we also take like a water break. Okay, I see in your Lua. So let's take a question. Okay, let me raise Solomon, you raise your hand again, then I know you have a question. In your Lua, you have the floor. Please unmute and ask a question.
My aunt asked this question. How can we save?
How can you do what?
How can we save money?
How can you save money? Okay, so would you want to take that question? Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. She asked, how can you save money?
Okay, so when you get money, when you get, if you have pocket money, you can, let's say you're giving 1,000 naira for your pocket money, lunch money, or whatever. You can just bring out, a portion of that, maybe 20% of that, 200 naira, or even 50% of that, 500 naira. And so instead of buying maybe ice cream and burger and donut and all of that, you can just buy something smaller because you want to save, because you have commitment to financial development. All right. So you take a portion of that money and you put it in your piggy bank, or you put it in your bank account and all of that. Like I said earlier, I think it was Mrs. Precious that said that. Now, if you want to begin to save, you should talk to your parents. Tell them, Mommy, I learned about savings. I learned about having commitment to my financial future. I want to begin to save. Is it okay by you? Can I do save? And this is what I want to do, or how can you advise me to begin to save and all of that? And then, because once there's an agreement between you and your mom or dad, once they permit you to save and all of that, so they now begin to help you to ensure that they even begin to remind you and assist you to ensure that you are actually saving. So saving, because right now you're not working or anything, so your income to you. So from that income, you take a portion of that and put it in your piggy bank or your bank account, in partnership with your parents, and that is how you begin your savings culture. Is that okay?
Okay, sir. So I am the hostel. How can I save money?
If what?
So if I'm in the hostel, how can I save money?
Well, if you are in the hostel.
Okay.
I save money.
Okay, if you stay in the hostel, great. I think the same thing applies. The same thing applies. For instance, you're giving money to go before you get into the hostel. You can take a portion of that, or you can do the piggy bank thing like we talked about. You can have your piggy bank in the school, but because it's school environment, it's dormitory, you may need to have your parents talk to your what they call them now, the people that are over. Yeah, house mistress or house master and all of that. So someone like that. So yes, so that they can be keeping that for you, so that your piggy bank is not stolen or broken or invaded. Yeah. So you can also save you can save in school. So when uncles, aunties come for visiting day or things like that, you can put it in your piggy bank, and all of that. Yeah. So basically the same things, the same principles.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
You're
welcome, Dua. I loved your question, guys. Really question. Thank you so much all for participating, and to our very distinguished speaker. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming down to meet us where we are. God bless you. For those asking, the next class is coming up in 10 minutes. So we're going to give you all a water break. We'll give you time to go back and rest, and you will still be on, but in 10 minutes we'll give your parents a lot for you all to come back. Ensure you do not miss this. But in the meantime, Thank you so much, sir. God bless you. Thank you so much for being with us. Okay, guys, your break starts now. In exactly 10 minutes, we're going to have our last session for today. You see this session, you do not want to miss it. This is one of the most transformational sessions anyone can be in. We're going to have a young person come speak to you. So please, guys, do not miss it. I will see you by 3:30. God bless you. Guys, start gathering round. 2 more minutes to go. 2 more minutes and we're back to the call. Friends, hello friends, still on the call. Please start getting ready. Start getting ready for our last session. I hope you've gone for a quick lavatory break. I hope you've taken some water. I hope you've had a snack. I hope you've stretched your body. This last session is going to be amazing, and I hope you've been having fun. So if you want to tell me one thing you've learned so far, can you please show a raise of hands so that I can call you? Or you can say, Mrs. Sabona, I want to talk. If you want to chat with me, I want to hear what you've been learning. Okay, I can see Rhoda. Who else wants to chat with Mrs. Obona? You want to say, oh, I've learned this, I've learned that, I've learned the other one. Okay, let me hear. Look, guys, look, I am your friend. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you, okay? So I'm going to call people at random. So first of all, let me hear from Rhoda. Hi, Rhoda.
Hello, ma'am.
Rhoda, have you had a water break? Have you taken something? Did you stretch?
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
I wouldn't want you to be exhausted for our last session. Did you take time to rest?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So let me hear from you. What do you want to just do? What class are you in?
Year 9. Sorry. Let us see year 9. Year 8, sorry.
What is it?
Year 8.
You're in year 8, and how old are you?
I'm 11 presently, but I'll be 12 next year. May.
That's amazing. So what have you learned so far? Chemika, please stop drawing on my screen. That's not nice.
Okay, so far we have
So what did you learn so far?
So far we have had 2 classes. We have had 2 classes, and the first one is about our career, what we want to be, and the second one is about our mindset. So from the first one, I learned that we first talked about the difference between vocation and career, and I learned personally vocation is about your values, your passion, and then career is what you want to be, like what you study. That's a professional path. So I learned about the intrinsic factor and the extrinsic factor, about the indoor, like yourself, your strengths and your weaknesses, and we should pay more attention on our strength. Then we went to the next class, and that was mindset. So I personally learned about the areas of commitment, and the one I like that stood out for me was about the finances. And I actually learned that I should save and not spend too much. Yeah, thank you.
So do you save right now? Are you already saving? Not yet. Or a little teeny weeny little bit. Do you save already? Neither hear that. It's okay. Thank you, Rhoda. It was beautiful hearing from you. Well done, and don't stop shining. Okay. Alrighty. So who is next? I want to hear from. Let me look for someone. I want to hear from Blossom. So I don't know if that's your name or your dad's name or your mom's name, but I want to hear from you. I want to hear one thing you've learned. I also want to hear from Eshe. Eshe said he's the Mbappe. So Mbappe of Academic Excellence Conference. I want to hear from you. Okay, thank you, Rhoda. I also want to hear from Owolabi. I want to hear from Eshe. I want to hear from Munachi. I want to hear from, if I call your mom's name, then you know I'm talking about you. If I call your dad's name, you know I'm talking about you. I want to hear from Chiemeka that was drawing on my screen. Who else do I want to hear from? I want to hear from Mitchell. I want to hear from Munachi. I want to hear from Oluwatobi. I want to hear from Opeyemi. I want to hear from Sharon, Tomiwa, Wisdom, Ekom. Like I said, there are two Ekoms. I can see there's a Blossom, there's a Wisdom. Okay, so I want to hear from you all. So who else wants to speak to Mrs. Obona? You want to tell me what you learned? Okay, so I can see a Samsung. Your video is turned on. I can see your hand on the screen. Care to share what you learned with me? Okay, so while we wait for the session, right? While we wait for our speaker, I want us to engage in a quick Unscrabble game. I want us to engage in a quick Unscrabble game. So I'm going to give you some words in the comment section. You can either decide to unmute to speak, or you can decide to unscrabble in the comments if you're shy, but no one is permitted to be shy. So I'm sharing the words in the comments. So can you look at the comments quickly? Let's unscrabble those words. So the words are in the comments. So if you want to unscrabble, raise it. So Eshe, do you want to unscrabble, or you want to tell me what you have learned so far? Okay, who else wants to unscrabble? I'm sending in loads of words. So you should be able to unscrabble one or the other. I can see Chiemeka, okay? Mitchell, do you want to unscrabble? Oh, I just realized, remember that I locked the comment section. So I'm going to open it up again. Don't worry, I will open it up for you all. but keep looking at the comments coming to you. Okay, so you can now type in while I omit. Chemeke, which word did you see?
Lead, leadership,
Wow.
leadership, yourself,
Okay.
equipped, vision, and discipline.
Wow. That was fast. Well done. Okay, so I want to hear from Michelle. Michelle, over to you.
Discipline. Mission on this to yourself. Yes. Okay. Leadership, yourself, equipped, vision, discipline, and what's this? Drive. Sorry, not drive.
Yes, it's drive.
Yes, it's drive. Okay, drive.
Well done. Well done, Michelle. Who else? Okay, I'm going to send in more words. I'm going to send in more words. Okay, well done, Michelle and Lena. You see, you look cute. I'm happy to see you. So while we wait for our speaker and our friends, I'll send in more words. So I'm going to lock the chat room again so that I can send in more words. No one. Okay, everyone, we have more words. Who wants to unscrabble the last set of words I just sent? Our speaker is here. So who wants to unscrabble the last set of words I just sent on the chat? So it's open, but who has gotten it? Let's see the first person. Okay, Ronald wants to unscrabble. Ronald, let's go.
Responsibility.
Responsibility. Good job, Ronald. Let's hear from Sharon. Sharon, let's go.
Motivation and responsibility.
Sharon. Well done,
Yourself,
David, let's
lead,
go.
equipped, discipline. Yeah,
well done, David. Emmanuel, are you ready? Emmanuel, unmute yourself. Let's go.
Nominate. Man, nominate. Or is it my class sheet?
It's in the comment section. Are you just joining us?
Okay. Number motivation and responsibility.
Just scroll up, you're going to find them. Scroll up, you're going to find them. Welcome, Leader Faith. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Okay, Emmanuel, I'm going to mute you. Okay, Rhoda, what of wisdom? Wisdom, I haven't heard from you. Wisdom and Blossom, you haven't said anything. So I'm going to ask you to unmute so you'll Scrabble a word. That's okay? So unmute and unscrabble some words. Let's go.
Responsibility.
Responsibility. What other word can you unscrabble? You're muted. Okay, well done, everyone. Thank you for participating in this quick warmer activity. I hope you took some time to rest. This next session is one of the most important sessions in this conference. This session, remember we've already talked about the importance of tools. So what this session does for you is to provide the tools you need. So to facilitate this session, I have a leadership expert and a motivational speaker who I have no doubt will impact you. Like I said, I wouldn't be reading their profiles because I want you to discover who these speakers are by yourself. So we have the Leader Faith. Leader Faith, are you here with us? Please kindly unmute yourself. You've been made a co-host. So I've also added you to the spotlight so we can see you. So Leader Faith is here. Good afternoon, sir. You're muted. If you still need some time to settle in, it's okay. Okay, so we're going to give the Faith some time to settle in. Okay, so I was saying, so I want to ask a question before our leader gets on board. My question would be, from what the words we have scrabbled so far, what do you guys think is the topic for this session? Rhoda, I want to ask you that question. From motivate, self, leadership, and all of those words, what do you think is the topic for this session? Leader Faith, you're already a co-host, so you can unmute yourself when you're ready. Okay, so Chiamaka wants to respond. Emmanuel, give me a thumbs up in your video if you want to respond to that question. Or are your hands raised up by error? Okay, so you want to respond. Emmanuel, let's go.
Okay, so the topic for today, I think it's either motivation and responsibility.
I didn't hear you.
I think the topic, or I guess the topic for today is motivation and responsibility.
Oh, you think it's motivation and responsibility? That's actually a good attempt. Well done. That is really, really, really a good attempt. Okay, Chiamaka has something to say. Then Rhoda, then Ronald. Well done, guys. I love that you're participating. Okay, Chiamaka, over to you.
I think the topic for these classes is being equipped.
Being equipped, that's the general theme, but good attempt. We want the topic for this session that we have a speaker. You know, we've had on career, we had on mindset. Now for this session, okay, Mitchell said it's on leadership and responsibility. Well,
good evening, ma'am.
Okay, let me read now. So we have Rhoda. Hello, sir. Good evening. Welcome.
Yes.
So let me put you on the...
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Good evening, good afternoon, good evening, sir. Welcome on board, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. My apologies, I was just to set up before the time, and I just had few glitches because of the people around.
Oh, it's
and where I
fine.
am, right?
Oh, it's fine.
All right. So I'll just try to share my screen so that I can quickly share the things I'm supposed to share today,
Okay.
and that will be fine.
Okay. So while you're sharing your screen, I saw Rona. Okay, let me give it up to Rhoda. Rhoda, what do you think is the topic for this session?
Yes, leadership.
What did you say?
I guess leadership.
To guess leadership. That's a good one. Well done. Well done, Rhoda. Okay, Ronald. Last attempt.
Self-leadership and self-drive.
Self-leadership and self-drive. Wow, good job. So over to you, Leader Faith. Well done, Ronald. So we can see your screen.
All right. So I trust that you can still hear me, and I'll just go back to the beginning so that I just start with it. And it is that my name is Faith Isangidi, and I'm super excited to be here. However, I must apologize for the transition, the setting up and getting to begin on time. Apologize for that. And again, I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but I just trust that within the few minutes that I'll be here, that I'll be able to help guide you from where you are to begin your self-drive. Because leadership really is the ability to move yourself or a group of people or systems, organizations from where they are to where they ought to be. So that movement requires an intentionality. That movement requires being conscious. So in that movement, if you cannot move you cannot move the other person, you cannot move the organization, you cannot move systems. So it begins with your ability to move you. So John Maxwell describes or defines leadership as influence, nothing more, nothing less. So in influencing, you see that it is actions, it is the things you say that inspires another person and he decides to follow you. Once there is an agreement to follow, it means that influencing has happened. And so when you're doing nothing, when you're not able to drive yourself, you will realize that you cannot influence another person. And if you can't influence them by your behavior, by your actions, you can't influence them to act. There are many times that we'll hear that people, they say, follow what I say and not what I do. That type of following does not last for so long. Because once the people see what you do, they will begin to do what you do, not just what you say. So it's important to note that we must begin the doing with ourselves. So here it shows that if you can't lead you, why should anyone else follow you? I know that we're teenagers and I trust that we're hearing me. So it is that if you cannot lead yourself, why should anyone else follow you? If you are not in the way going,
no one will follow you. So the question really is important. Why should anyone else follow you if you are not going the way? There's a definition of leadership that says leadership is knowing the way, going the way, and showing the way. Once you first got the way, you can then be able to show the way. If you've not gone through the way, you cannot show the way. So leadership starts with self-leadership. That is leading you. It begins with leading you. It begins with leading yourself. Leadership starts with self-leadership. It begins with leading you. So I stated that age is not a barrier. You can lead now. Age is not a barrier. You can lead now. So in running quickly, I mentioned here the beginning. The beginning is to know you. Please, I hope that we're following. I'm not really able to get the feedback from where I am. So I just trust that we're seeing my screen and
Yes,
that we're
we're following,
following.
Sam, and everything is aligning. Well done, sir.
All right, thank you so much. So I said that the beginning is knowing you. And here I write, discover of whom you are. For me, this first part is very important because all of us came from somewhere. And if we do not know of whom we are, we will confuse at that point of trying to know yourself. You know, society today gives you different forms of who you should be. Society today helps you with many agendas, many things that you say, this should be you. But then in reality, or if you want to put it in perspective of knowing truly who you are, it is going back to the source of who created you. Because if I begin with telling you that in knowing who you are, you need to know your strengths, you need to know your weaknesses. Yes, it is true. But then, just like a foundation, if the foundation is wrong, the building cannot stand right. Even if it stands right, it won't stand for a long time. So that foundation must be gotten accurately and very well. And then the next one would be discover who you are. So in discovering of whom you are, all of us came from, I don't know if we have people who do not believe in Jesus, but then for me, and for those of us who believe in Jesus, we know that all of us, in fact, every man came from God. Every man came from God. So you're knowing God, you're knowing whom you like, whom you are from. All of us are from God. If you permit me to quote a scripture in the book of John, chapter 1, it says, there was a man sent from God, and his name John. Right? So all of us have been sent from God to the earth. And through our parents, we have different names. But it's primarily important to recognize that we are from God. And in discovering who you are makes you to take steps. And in those steps are just like I've mentioned down here, the self-awareness. You begin to look to introspect. In the introspection, it is you taking different things that either people have said about you or that you know about yourself to highlight and see which of these forms my strength, which of these forms my weakness, what are my passions, what am I passionate about, what are my values, what do I consider valuable. So in addressing who you are, I've mentioned number one, identifying of whom you are from or where you're from. That is that we are from God. And then number two will be okay, I'm from God. So what are my strengths? What do I do with ease? What do I do with ease? What is it that I do not struggle to do? Right? In your knowing that which you don't struggle to do, it helps you to be certain that, okay, if this is what I don't struggle to do, that means I have a strength in it, or it is part of my strength, right? And with that, you can then forge ahead to the next one, which will be to know your weaknesses. You know, sometimes we begin with the weaknesses. We just know, me, I cannot do this one. Oh. Me, I cannot do the other one. Oh. Me, I cannot do this one. Oh. But then we don't look intently. What is it that I can do? That's list out the things that you do with ease. You know, sometimes it is that as we grow, the things we love and the things we do, they change. But then primarily from where you are, you know, I mentioned that leadership is moving yourself, systems, organizations from where they are to where they ought to be. So from where you are, what are your strengths? From where you are, what are your strengths? You have to identify it from where you are. And it's important to do so, because once you do that, it gives you the space to say, okay, this is where I am. These are my strengths. If I go ahead and my strengths evolve, right? You then add it. But if from where you are, you don't know your strengths, and if you're only focusing on your weaknesses, you will not be able to achieve much. In fact, it will kill your self-drive. You know, part of the things we'll talk about today is self-drive. So that is very important to do. Just list out your strengths, and with the listing of your strengths, you'll be able to then list out your weaknesses. Say, okay, this one I don't know how to do it, this one I don't know how to do it, and with that you'll be able to begin to move. And then the next thing to note is to note your passions. What are you passionate about? You know, the other time we were having a class for teenagers at the More Leadership Academy, and one of them said, "Oh, I'm passionate. I don't like how kids are on the streets and they don't have someone taking care of them. So for me, I think that there should be help for them. And as I'm growing up, I would like to arrange for that help to come to them." Yours may be a different thing. There was a gentleman who said, "Oh, for me, it is computers. I'm passionate about computers. I'm passionate about knowing how they work. I'm passionate about the development of computers, how they are evolving, and all of that." So that for him is the thing he's passionate about. So for you, what is it? Is it music? Is it acting? Is it solving problems? You know, in the end, some people are passionate about many things, but then there is one that stands out. There's one that is like a core to you. That you must be able to find that. And once you've listed your strengths, you'll notice that in it will have things that you know, okay, I'm passionate about this. And you check your strength, you see that, oh, I have strength in this area. So for me now, places being orderly and having a great organization. So for me, I saw it as leadership, right? So one of my passions is leadership. And in the leadership, I realized, okay, I have a strength, which is communication. I have a strength, which is organizing, right? So like I speak to you now, I'm currently in church. I had to find the space to try to take the session. But we're organizing a revival. And just like what happened now is that the main church, our main church normally does the organization. But for this time, just a particular aspect of the church has been selected. Say, okay, this group is organizing the revival. And I'm there as the secretary of the revival planning committee. So having to do all of that, you know, indicated to me early that it's part of my passion. So the next thing would now be developing it. But if you don't know it, how can you develop it? So that is that. And then your values. In your values, I had mentioned before, discover of whom you are. That is where you really draw your values from. Our values should not just be from trends. When your value is from trends and the trends are fading away, that your value will fade away. So our value must be deep rooted. Values of integrity, values of honesty, values of character, and all of that. You know, recently I learned about integrity, and my learning about integrity came to me in a new light. I've always known that integrity is the ability to be honest. So in that learning, I learned that integrity comes from the word integer. Integrity comes from the word integer. And integer could be described as wholeness. You know, the sum of it, wholeness. So the explanation was that in integrity, it is not just about an aspect of my life. So for me now, my having integrity is not just that people can look at me and say, if you give that guy money, he will return back to see your money. He won't take it. He won't steal your money. My integrity should be all around. That if they talk about money, I'm correct. If they talk about women, I'm correct. That they will not say, that guy, if you leave him with your female child, don't worry, better leave it, oh. Sorry, I know that you're not. Your spirituality, your relationships with others, all of it must be covered. And, you know, there is no human without the help of God that can have that integrity. The nature of a thing puts a cap on its ability. I want you to take this part seriously, because as you join in life, you begin to see many things. As you're trying to lead yourself, once you begin leading yourself, you begin to see many opportunities show up. You begin to see many people show up. They want to deviate you from your values. And like I was trying to share a thought, that the nature of a thing puts a cap on its ability. The nature of a hen puts a cap on how far that hen can fly. So a hen cannot fly like the eagle, no matter what happens. So your nature as a human being puts a cap on your ability. Humans have flaws. But then we are invited to a second life, which is the life of Christ. In the life of Christ, that nature, that new nature that you have in Christ, puts a cap on your ability. That cap on your ability is that you are holy. That cap on your ability is that you are righteous. That cap on your ability is that you are sincere, you are true, both to yourself and to others. Right? That cap on your ability is also that you are a creator. In the self-drive, that you are a creator. Scripture tells us that, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God created the heavens and the earth. So you are a creator. I am a creator. So once we understand the different strengths that we have, our weaknesses, the things we are passionate about. For me, I'm passionate about inspiring Africa to greatness. It's one thing that really, really is in my heart. And there are many days I sit, I have ideas of programs coming to my head, ideas of projects coming to my head. I line them up, trying to execute as much as I can. But then my values really are the things that has kept me so far. There are many young people who do not have, in fact, they've not even recognized their values. And so when life happens, they are able to shift. But your values help you to have more like an anchor in life. I've spoken on that for too long. All right, so let's just quickly move to the next slide, which is taking responsibility. So in these slides, I'm more like showing you the things to note. The things to note. So I've mentioned the first, which is the beginning, know you. And then now the second is take responsibility. I don't know if you are understanding my flow of thoughts or if you are understanding the things I'm saying, but I trust that you are. So in taking responsibility, I share with you what my father said with us when we were still growing up. You know, he would tell us, at that time I didn't understand. I used to laugh. He would tell us, take responsibility for your life, for it is you who will take you to where you want to be. I don't know if you can write that. Take responsibility for your life, for it is you who will take you to where you want to be. My father said that to us again and again and again and again. At a point, I now decided to embrace it. Taking responsibility. Taking responsibility is your willingness to accept that it is up to you. Your willingness to, I wouldn't love to use the word blame, but to take ownership. To take ownership. To know that, okay, yes, Mrs. Precious taught our teens at More Leadership Academy the other time, my world, my responsibility. That it is your world. That you are the CEO of this world. You are in charge. So you're taking responsibility, you're taking ownership. Is you're knowing if there is any reading done today, it is up to me to read it. If there is anything I'm doing in preparation for my future tomorrow, it is up to me. Especially as we are teenagers, in fact, everything is up to you. Everything is up to you. If it is you that knows and tells mommy that mommy should not buy clothes for you again, as she should give you money to go and buy the clothes, or you begin to check and select the clothes you want to buy, you should also know that it is up to you to begin the movement of your future. The school that you have the opportunity to go to now, please go. Take it seriously. This time will not always be here. The time you are having now will not always be here. Imagine that the things you are learning now, there are some other people who are not on this Zoom meeting now. There are some other people who are not learning the things you are learning. They cannot produce the results you will produce because the knowledge you have empowers you to produce that result. That you take risk, do not blame others. You know, ask daily, did I give my best today? This question like this, for me, right? I acknowledge that I'm on a journey. There are some days that I'm not able to finish my task. There are some days that I'm able to finish it. In fact, I finish all before the day finishes, and I'm excited to add another one. I rejoice. But then each day must come with you asking yourself, did I give my best today? In the project I had to do, in my assignment, in my classwork, did I give my best today? You know, I learned while reading a book, I think it was by John Maxwell, that each day comes with us giving 100%. Like today, the second day of September 2025 comes with me giving 100%. If I don't give 100% today and say that I'll give 150% tomorrow, imagine I didn't even give 100% today. Tomorrow, I cannot give 100% because tomorrow on its own comes with another 100%. So how will I now go and give 150%? So we must make the best of each day. The picture here shows no excuses. You must say no to excuses. It's somehow, just somehow, a bit difficult. You know, when I teach, I put myself in that shoe, right? I'm not just pushing things to you. But one of the things I've come to understand is that it's building momentum. When you give excuse today, there's every guarantee you give excuse tomorrow. When you do not give excuse today, tomorrow, when you want to give excuse, you remember the results you had yesterday, and you want to do the work and produce that result. So excuses build walls. It builds walls that you will have to, you know, as each day passes, I don't know if you can imagine with me, someone laying blocks, like all these building blocks. You lay block, you lay block, you lay block. That is, you're building a wall with your excuses. You're piling up things. With each day that passes, it becomes more difficult for you to climb. Are you there? It becomes difficult for you to climb. But when you take responsibility, it's more like opening doors. As you open this door, when the other door does not want to open, you will turn and see that yesterday's door opened though. So this one, you must open. If it doesn't open, you take the responsibility to find the correct key. Maybe the key you are having is not correct. You take the responsibility to find the correct key and to use, right? So we quickly move. The next thing is to build daily habits. I don't know if you have habits. One of the things I've done lately is that I try as much. I try as much, and the Lord has helped me to not touch my phone as the first thing in the morning. Now, when I wake up in the morning, the first thing is really to pray, to do my devotion, to take my confession. Those three are core. If I have space in that morning, I take my Bible reading for that morning. If there's no space, I leave it maybe in the afternoon, or when I come back in the night, I take my Bible reading. But at least those first three are core. One of the things I also did was I had a book. I have a book right now in my house, where maybe I should have even snapped the book and showed you. But where from, I think, is it July now? Every day, I just open a page of the book every day to write, okay, this is what I want to do today. So when I finish it, I just stick it inside that book. So when the next morning comes and I'm lazy, I'll now look at the things I've done. I say, this is me, oh. So let's go again. So writing it in that book has helped me build that as a habit. And habit is not built in a day. Habit is built consistently. You may not need to do too much. You may not need to do everything in one day. But if you can keep doing a thing a day, one thing every day, one thing every day, one thing every day, one thing every day. I share with you something that I found funny, right? I know some of you may not find it funny as teenagers because you love to eat. But before I used to love to eat, right? I could eat as much as I can, and I would eat almost, in fact, I eat every day. But a point came, especially when I went for my NYSC, we were introduced to fasting. And I'm like, how do I fast? I can't fast. So if I'm fasting by 8 o'clock, I'm already hungry. In fact, sometimes as I wake up, I'm hungry because I'm imagining how I'll fast the whole day and break by 6 p.m. in the evening. So, but as we continued, now, okay, let me take example today. Today I said, okay, I'll break my fasting by 12 so that I can have the strength to run around for the remaining part of the revival, because I know the revival will end around 8 p.m. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. So as at 12 p.m., I still needed to do some other thing. And as I'm speaking with you now, I'm not eating. And I'm not going to die, right? So, but it has subconsciously become a part of me. It may not be like this forever, but somehow, because I've done it again and again and again and again, it has become a part of me. So I've set example here, like this lady on the picture, reading, organizing, setting small goals. Those could be the daily habits you choose to take. Reading. For me, I also realized that if I want to read a bulky book, for example, I've been taking John Maxwell's books because he writes it in numbers. For example, 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, 17 laws of teamwork, 12 important habits everybody must have. So I now decided, okay, each day I'll take one chapter, or each day I'll take one law, sorry. Each day I'll take one law, each day I'll take one law, right? So it has been very helpful for me. So your habits design your future. The best prediction of your future is the things you're doing today. The best prediction of your future is the things you're doing today. If you are playing today, that is the seed you're sowing for your future. So your habits design your future. Okay, we'll move to the next one, which is develop self-drive. Must develop self-drive. In developing self-drive, one sure thing about motivation is that once motivation comes from within, it will be sustained. External motivation quickly fades away. External motivation quickly fades away. You must allow your motivation to come from within, not just rewards. If someone says, if you're in church by 3 p.m., sorry, I'm using church, it's more like where I am, so my examples are almost tailored there. If someone says, if you're in church by 3 p.m., I'll give you 1,000 naira, and he says that to you for 10 days, and you are in church by 3 p.m. for that 1,000 naira. If he does not say it to you on the 11th day, you will still be in church. But on the 15th day, you find out, you say, why am I even going to this church? Nobody's giving me 1,000 naira. And that will make that your passion to wane. Oh my God. Sorry. That will make your passion to wane. But then if it is from inside you, oh, I'm a leader. Leaders do not go to places late. Leaders take responsibility. Leaders take initiative. And it comes from inside you. You know that, okay, if I do this thing, this is where it is leading me to. That your knowing becomes an anchor for you to drive yourself. So if you do not know where you are going to, what's the need to drive yourself? That's why it's important to have a vision, to have where you want to go. It is said that people who do not know where they want to go will think that anywhere that they've reached is where they want to go. If you do not have a destination in mind, anywhere you get to will look like your destination, and you will likely pitch your tents there. So that which motivates from within is a vision of the future, is seeing a thing for the future. And so this dear lady on the picture is trying to create, or has created, her vision board. The vision board encompasses of the various aspects of your life, like your health, your spiritual life, your financial life, your education, who you want to be tomorrow. One of the things it does, you're writing it and pasting it on the wall. One of the things it does is that it calls your consciousness to it quickly. And once your consciousness, in fact, once your vision has moved from paper inside your heart, there are some people that say that, oh, vision is that which you see when you sleep, or not that which you see when you sleep. It is that which does not allow you to sleep, right? So sometimes, for me, I'm sharing this with you because for me, I used to ask myself, where am I going to see the vision? But as I understood that you help lives, you help people, and all of that. You now say, okay, if that is my vision, right? If that is my vision, write it down, paste it where you can see it. What it will do to you is that it will help you to, as you are seeing it often, it will take it from that paper into your heart. Once it enters your heart, it will now drive you by itself. So you can, beside writing it on the wall, read it to yourself as much as you can. Read it to yourself as much as you can. What I'm really trying to get you to do is that you're reading it, you're writing it, pasting it on the wall. It's not just for it to be there. It's for you to think about it till it enters into your heart. Once it enters into your heart, you will begin to behave in a way that aligns to that vision. So that will serve as a self-drive for you. You will begin to dress in a way that aligns to that vision. You begin to talk in a way that aligns with them to that vision. So I don't know if you're understanding, if you're following. So I said that you must surround yourself with people, books, and informations that push you forward. Surround yourself with people, books, and information that push you forward. You must do that. You must do that. You must do that. Why I needed to include not just people is that where you are, right, there may be nobody that is succeeding like you want to see or like you want to be. Your clique of friends, all of them may be interested in playing. But if you decide to pick books around, as a teenager, you may not really have, you can buy books. There are some books that are 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. But if you can't buy them, find others who have the books, borrow from them. As you are reading, for me, I read in a book how Mother Teresa employed about 25,000 people. It blew my mind. I'm like, Faith, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. That means I can do that too, right? So that information that I saw about Mother Teresa moved me forward to continue. So you're surrounding yourself with books and informations and people that can push you forward, can help you in days that your passion or that your drive is low, that your motivation is low. And it's very important. The next one is for you to manage your time and your energy. If each day you can invest 2 hours, that into audio, you've selected 2 hours to invest in yourself. It will go a long way to stretch you. It will go a long way to help you to reach where you want to go to. The truth is that, you know, so I think, is it last week or week before last, I had a teaching session on time. And while I was speaking, I told them that time is unemotional. Time is unemotional. But we are emotional. So you realize that the people who really, really succeed, they look like people that don't have emotions. They look like people that don't have emotions. I don't know if you see our governor, the way he walks, you see him walking till in the night around 8 p.m., 9 p.m., he's still walking. And they always look like people that don't have emotions. So for us to build ourselves to that point of effectiveness, to that point of productivity, is for us to know that time is unemotional. So we are not working with time as with our emotions. We are dealing with time as it is. And in managing time, you can't, in the whole sense of the word, manage time. Because you won't go and change it from 2 o'clock to 11 o'clock or to 1 o'clock as it pleases you. But you can manage yourself in time. What did I say? You can manage yourself in time. You can manage yourself in time. And that is one thing that you must do. Cut time wasters. There are many things that we do that are wasting our time. It's now that I know. Before I did not used to know. So when I see my sister having some conversations, she's going around, she's playing, I'm like, that thing you're doing is wasting your time. Come and use it and read. And she say, leave me alone. But I know that those are time wasters. For me now, if the meeting we're about to have is not as important, send a message. Send a message. Send a message. So you must know that time wasted is life wasted. For each time that is passing is your life going. Your life is adding each day. So if you're not doing anything, you realize that you're wasting that time or you've wasted that time. And the next one is to find mentors. Find mentors. Find people who have gone ahead of you that you want to learn from. find people who have gone ahead of you that you like the way they are living now and you want to live like them. Once you've, one of the things that mentoring so when they want to produce cars, or if you want to produce anything, one of the things people do is to do a sample, right? So with that sample, they then produce every other thing along or to look like that sample. So for us now, once you've seen a sample of what you want to become, you can then tailor your life to fit with that sample. You see a man who became, let's say, the man became a doctor. If you now say, I want to be a doctor, that's fine. But the next thing you must do is to find out in the university. From the university, we did there's something they do, I think, housemanship. From there, I now went into specialization. From there, and I now feel fit now. And because you know that you can use that okay, so you can use that as a reference and then build your life alongside it. So every leader right here has someone guiding them. Every leader has someone guiding them. So on this picture here, this is my leader and mentor, Barrister Morgan Ekanem. So for me, I look at the things he does and I draw lessons from it. At times where I have the privilege to meet him in person, I say, oh, sir, this one, how do you do this one? Right? So we learn from our mentors. The next is take initiative. Don't wait. One of the things that happens when we learn is that we learn and finish and we want to keep it. Once you learn, you must try to use it for you must try to use it, put it to practice. 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 I've said that again and again. Put it to practice. Don't wait. Create solutions and partner with those creating solutions. I added this and partner with those creating solutions because you may not be able to, maybe like I mentioned of a lady that says she wants to help street children. You may not be able to help the street children today because maybe you don't have the finances, the capacity, and all of that. But there is someone that is doing it. There's a gentleman that I love. His name is Joydy Joseph Effiong. The way the father has trained him, I just so love it. I had to tell the father the other day. But then he comes alongside and is learning with people that are should I say, way bigger. He's doing something, he's learning from them, right? And for me, that which he's doing is helping him to see possibilities. So you can find, what is it that you want to do? Are there people doing it? Find the people, attach to them, learn from them, right? Follow them, to join them in doing it. That way you will be learning. That way you will learn. So that when it is your time, you don't now have to start from the scratch. You would have seen their mistakes. You would have learned lessons from them, and then you will now do that, right? So small actions today, big impacts tomorrow. Small actions today, big impacts tomorrow. Then I close so that probably we'll take questions and then we'll finish. The hardest person to lead is yourself. But once you've mastered that, the world opens up for you. The world opens up for you. The world opens up for you. So the hardest person to lead is yourself. You must ensure you do it. Each day, you rise up with the heart that today I'm going to lead myself. Your future is waiting for you. But I like to say, and as I've understood, that my future is not waiting for this current version of me. My future is waiting for a more refined version of me. You know, I imagine sometimes that, okay, if I'm the governor as I am today, can I give a speech and everybody rises to action because of the speech I've given? Or can my life be lived in such a way that my citizens want to be like me? Can I be effective that I work all day and I'm not tired? Can I delegate to 500 people? You know, all of these things are things that probably are embedded in my future, but my current capacity cannot handle that. So I must keep growing every day to get to that future. If you do not grow, that your future will not accept you. It will not open up to you. When you get there, it will need a particular key, and if you don't have it, that door will not open. So, dear people, I'm really grateful. Thank you so much, Mrs. Precious, for the opportunity to be here. And I thought that I'll be able to maybe take questions and finish. Thank you so much.
Yes. Guys, can we give him a round of applause? Wow. Thank you so much, Leader Faith. You know, I cannot get enough of this session. Like I've told the parents that they should ensure that their children do a review. I think one of the most striking quotes for me would be that the hardest person to lead is yourself. Teenagers, I want you to say this to yourself every day. But once you master it, the world opens for you. And last session would then be, the last quote for me would then be that your future self is not waiting for this version of you. This version of you will not take you to that future that we're looking for. Thank you so much, Leader Faith. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The parents are like, oh, I'm at work. Where's the replay? We can't wait to have the replay. And I know that as much of them watch this replay, that their lives will be transformed. Thank you so much again for partnering with this vision. Now, teams, you know how we do it. I'm going to unmute you all to scream. I know you're tired, you're exhausted. It's been a long day, but we're still going to use our strength to scream. Thank you, sir. So I'll do the unmuting. So I have unmuted us. Okay, everybody, you can unmute yourselves.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for everything. Thank you, sir, for teaching us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So I do this to let you know that you were not talking to yourself. There are people, there are teenagers all over the world who are listening to you. And there are much more who will watch the replay. So guys, if you have a question, we're just going to take 3 questions. Like Leader said, Faith said he's in a retreat and he needs to go back. Just 2 questions, 2 striking questions. If you have more questions, send it as a voice note to my personal chat and I will respond to you, or I will send to the speaker you want to respond to you. So do I have any questions? Okay, Ronald has a question. So are you available to take a quick question, please? Even if it's just Ronald's question. Leader Faith, are you there? Okay, Ronald, ask a question.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the beautiful session today. I'm really grateful. But I have a question. If in the event that someone tries to lead themselves, but they are met with a lot of resistance, maybe influence and lots of peer pressure from people around them at school, it can make it really hard for a person to lead themselves.
So I'd like to ask, do you have any guidelines for situations like that when people aren't really sure of how they can lead themselves without getting swayed by the influence?
Could you please? Yes, I am. Can you please ask the question again?
Okay, Ronald. He did.
Okay, sir. If, for example, you're in a school situation and there's a lot of peer pressure, so you find it really hard to lead yourself and continue on this kind of path, what do you do?
All right, so you are in a school situation and you have peer pressure, and the peer pressure is really from your friends. So what you do is that you must, first of all, once you've known what you want to do, you know where you want to go. The second thing you have to come to terms with is that those your friends will laugh at you. And those your friends, they will want to mock you, right? They want to mock you, they'll laugh at you. So once you've known where you want to go to, and you know that these people, they will laugh at me at this path I want to take, you can then take the path. Because one of the things that happens is that once you take the path and the people begin to laugh at you, you want to retrace your steps. You want to be like them. But you, just like I've mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned that, but if your actions today determine your future tomorrow. So the things you're doing, if you're really following them, you must know that that is how the things they become tomorrow is who you will become tomorrow. So if you don't like the things they are doing because you know that it won't take them to a better future, you have to change that. And in your changing it, you must know that they will laugh at you because they are your friends, right? So if you're able to settle those two, you can then take the path and continue in the path. So like I mentioned as well, the self-drive must be intrinsic. If it is not intrinsic at the beginning, you can talk yourself into it. You can begin to keep it in front of you. This is who I want to be. This is who I want to be. This is who I want to be. And that will help you.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's a very good answer. Ronald, I hope that clarified some things to you. Thank you so much.
Yes,
that was a succinct response. Thank you. All right. Do we have any other questions? Do we have any other question? Nobody has any other question. So like I said, if you watch the replay, so let me speak to the people who watch the replay. If you watch the replay and you still have a question, Leader Faith is my guy, and I could always send your voice note to him whenever you watch the replay. So parents, if you're watching your children or you're watching this replay with them, or you're reviewing it as a family, and you need them to ask questions, you know that the group chat is open, my DM is open, and I can always get to the amazing Leader Faith to provide answers to your children. Okay, thank you so much, sir. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much.
All right, and it is the end of the Academic Excellence Conference. Day 1. It has been an amazing session. So for the first time, we're going to be introducing something to the conference. We're going to be identifying the top participants from each day. And to take home the top participants for the Academic Excellence Conference Day 2.0, Day 1. Now, these participants have been graded thus: the people who participated the most, they participated in the question and answers, they participated in the activities, they participated by turning on their videos so we could track them through the sessions. They participated by ensuring that they were not spamming the comments section. Now, the top participants for the Academic Excellence Conference 1.0, drum rolls, everyone. Ronald Ojo and Kolawale Rhoda. Good job, guys. We're going to recognize you in the group. Now, if you want to win the top participants for the Academic Excellence Conference 2.0 Day 2, which are the grand finale, or rather, which is the grand finale. Ensure that you come prepared tomorrow. Tomorrow's sessions will be amazing. We'll be diving into the core of the academics. Today's sessions were focused on life mastery. We want you to grow as individuals, from career to life mastery to excellence and mindset. Tomorrow, we're going to focus on academics. And the top factor in tomorrow's session is that we're going to get a national and international award-winning student, just like you, who won the best in his country's examinations. He's going to come and tell you what he did. And of course, there is my session as well. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. So I want to take one person who has a final word and a final review for today's session. So if it is you, let me see your hands up. You want to say a thank you. You want to say a thank you to the teachers. You want to say a thank you to Mr. Wona. And you want to give a review of today's session. I want to see your hands up. Okay, so I'm going to unmute Ronald and Rhoda and every other person. Wisdom, I'm going to unmute you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, hold on. Let me spotlight you. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I would like to just take a moment to appreciate the organizers of the Academic Excellence Conference and the speakers who actually gave us lessons today, which is Ms. Tamuno, Pastor Mamus, and Mr. Faith. I just want to say thank you for the great lessons that they've actually given us and for the skills that they are imparting into us. And I also want to just give a review. I want to just give 3 things from each of the sessions that I think I saw that are very, very, very important. For me, I believe we need to take the step in whatever we do from Ms. Tamuno's session, because if we don't, we'll just be stuck there. I remember I was reading a book and someone didn't change, and eventually the person didn't progress in their lives, but people who changed eventually got to a better place. From Pastor Mamu's session, I learned that when we are committed, we have to follow through, we have to be joined to it, and we have to lock into it. And from Mr. Faith's session, I learned that excuses will build walls, but responsibility will build doors.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well done. Good job, Ronald. Thank you for sharing what you learned with us. Rhoda, are you ready? Okay, so let me hear your review from this conference and what you learned. Over to you, Rhoda.
Okay, so firstly, before I dive into the review, I would love to give a shout out to Coach Precious and all the other teachers who have impacted us in this today. We actually did 3 classes, and each of them left us to think and to shape us. Each of them had a strength, and each of them taught us something new. So the first one was by Counselor Oti, and it was about our career and vocation. Yes, as Ronald said, this lesson actually had a lot to do with practicalizing and acting out. But one thing that stood out for me was about the intrinsic factor and the extrinsic factor, about how I should choose my career for myself. I should know my strengths and my weaknesses. And that was one thing that stood out for me in the class. Now we move to the next class, which was about mindset by Pastor Matt Smith. It was about our mindset, and we he was telling us about commitment and how we should follow through, we should join to in everything we do. That if we start something, we should always learn to finish it. That is one of the success habits. That's a success mindset, commitment.
Yes.
And we should not always have the failure mindset, and that's the one of lateness, being lazy. We should always be committed to whatever we do, because that's one of the things that brings success. Then the one we just concluded right now was the one by Mr. Faith, and it was about self-leadership. I really think that this self-leadership has a lot to do with me, and he just really taught about taking responsibility, how to start leadership with yourself. At the beginning, Mr. Faith said something about by John Maxwell, that leadership is not from others, it begins with you. So from there, I learned about that I should start leadership with me. I have always thought that leadership is something that it has to do with other people. But from this class, I actually learned it has to do with myself. And I've learned to take responsibility.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Well done, Rhoda. Well done. I am proud of you and all you have learned. Wisdom. What did you learn? I know you have so much to share with us.
Class, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. I am proud of who you're becoming. Okay, Wisdom, over to you. What did you learn? Bring the
Good
spotlight.
afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, good evening.
Okay, so today I really learned a lot, and it's really interesting. So I'm just going to start now. So to into two, which are intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Then after then we had this about mindset and our commitment to various things like our family members, our faith, etc. Then we went over to the last seminar on leadership by Faith Isange DB, which I got from there was, if you can't lead you, why should anyone else follow you?
Yes.
Start leadership leading you. So
okay, Wisdom, thank you so much. Your network was lagging, but I think I grabbed a lot of what you said. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating. And to everyone who has joined us from the start, I want to say thank you. And I cannot wait to see you all tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. So I'm going to mute us because I want to hear your voices. I'm going to unmute us all. Where are we? Allow you to unmute yourself. Okay, so I want to hear you say your goodbyes. Goodbye, everybody. Please unmute yourself.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye. Have a good
See you
night.
tomorrow.